Thank you. So, welcome back. Welcome back to the second day of the EUIPO conference on copyright, the first one. The EUIPO Copyright Knowledge Center is officially launched. And I hope you enjoyed the welcoming cocktail last evening. And you may have an applause as well, of course. And I'm waiting for the video. Can we have the video, please?
Books, music, photos, movies, no matter the shape or form, one word unites them all: copyright. In today's digital world, copyright needs a home where innovation, collaboration, and knowledge come together, where the complex becomes clear, and which benefits all. The EUIPO Copyright Knowledge Center, simplifying copyright, empowering.
All right. So, I can inform you that the landing page of the EUIPO Copyright Knowledge Center has gone live as well, immediately last evening. I would suggest you just Google EUIPO Copyright Knowledge Center, and you will find it. It gives you a wealth of information about the activities of the EUIPO on copyright, but a new feature is the so-called interactive map, which means that we have a map of Europe. You see all your countries, you choose your favorite country, you click on it, and you find all the information about copyright that you want to know from that country. So that's information about the legislation, it's information about, let's say, who are the CMOs, it's the frequently asked questions for teachers and for the public at large, for consumers, targeted per member states, because as we know, copyright is not fully harmonized in the EU. You find information about the perception of the public on copyright. You find information about the level of piracy in the country. You find all sorts of information, and we hope it is useful, and you can compare the countries that you want, right? So the EUIPO Copyright Knowledge Center has a fully fledged landing page, and the landing page is still work in progress. We are going to include more information. We are going to update the information that we have on a regular basis. All right, so yesterday we had a great conference already, great sessions, I think. We had David Lewis, of course, here. Hi, David, again. Isn't it wonderful? And today he will make a new drawing, so let's wait for that. And we will continue our discussions as well today. It will be on copyright in the era of AI, what else I would say. We will discuss piracy, and we will also discuss copyright for the next generation. If not yet done so, you can still visit the creative market and the art exhibitions that we have at the campus now. And well, I think with that, we can now start with our opening statements. And the very first opening statement will be made by Axel Voss, and I have the feeling it will be about Gen AI and copyright.
So good morning to everyone, and thanks once again that I can also be part of this wonderful conference. And I really have to praise this conference. A lot of exchange, meeting all the family of copyright here, and this has been a wonderful idea. Thanks a lot. And also, James, thanks a lot to you. I'm always admiring these kind of art where you immediately has to draw something. This is so wonderful. Thanks. So when we have done copyright in 2019, so I thought at that time, so this is now a kind of an end in discussing of copyright, and all of a sudden, 6 years later, we are still, or we are again thinking about copyright, and probably this will be now or every time when developing of technology is taking place. And here, and this is a short address to the Commission in this regard, probably we should more think about a kind of a general copyright protection regulation instead of, or not instead, but in addition or compared to the general data protection regulation. We are talking here about a fundamental right, what needs to be protected, and it's all the time, again and again, that we have to adapt to this new technology. So when we created this AI Act at that time, in this middle of the negotiations, all of a sudden there has been then launched this ChatGPT at that time at the end of 2022. And then we thought, oh, it might be a good idea also to integrate this in the AI Act. And that's why I think it's Article 53. Then we have adopted also this idea, in generative AI and copyright thing, we should have somehow also this Article 4 of the copyright reform in 2019. And I have been complaining a lot at that night in the negotiations, but everyone then was more than less shouting at me and saying, this is not a copyright file, this is an AI file. So, and this was the starting point more than less where I would say this is confusing now, the situation. It's not cleared how we can deal with copyright and generative AI. And what we are seeing is if we are leaving like it is, you can't enforce copyright, personality rights, discrimination rights any longer. So that's why the transparency is a kind of a very big question we need to answer and how we would like to see this. But if you then see this Article 4 of the Copyright Reform 2019 and this Article 53 of the AI Act, we think we need to have a kind of a, let's say, new balance situation where we are saying copyright principles are still valid, whatever might be developed. This is a kind of a fundament. We have seen this now more than less in the European Parliament when we started this initiative report as a kind new usage of this copyright protected work. Should be a kind of a signal in stepping out of this Article 4, because Article 4 was created not for generative AI business models like these large language models. And that's what we need to be clear, should make clear that this is not something that we can't just move to the AI Act or the generative AI models. So this means new usage, a kind of coming back to this situation. Copyright principles are valid, but we need a kind of a new balance to the digital world. Of course, underlining licensing markets should be established, underlining remuneration should be there, and we know that a license market is growing, but what I see now, this is the survival of the biggest. So, meaning the big ones can negotiate, they have a lot of data to offer, but smaller ones then don't. And this is something what, as a legislator, we have also to have in mind, that also smaller ones, single ones, if they are creative, they have the same rights, but might be not respected enough. And therefore, we need to think about how we can also secure them in a way, and how we can do this on a kind of a legal level. So the thinking is more than less a little bit like Article 17, where we are saying the principle is there, copyright principle is existing, but what to do now in coming to a kind of balanced situation where we are then saying, oh yes, probably we should oblige in this digital world, the AI developers to have in a machine-readable form to see or to make it visible what can you crawl and what not. So therefore, the idea has been we should oblige them to go to one point, to one single stop in saying, oh, here you have all the list, what you can't easily crawl, and as an alternative, if you do not want to go to a list, then you can go or create your stop signal. And here we need to be standardized, because I think we shouldn't leave too much space for maneuver for the big big AI models. So this is something where we need to think about how we can make simplifying the licensing. And that's why we have thought it might be quite good to have one single point to go to, and on the other hand, this technical stop signal to create. And here also EUIPO can play a role for it. So this is what we have seen at the beginning. Of course, what we should have in mind, also press publishers in this regard need probably a different treatment. Because freedom of press, freedom of opinion, diversity, plurality of opinions is important for a democracy. And here we are thinking more kind of a way to keep all this in place about of a collective licensing system. Otherwise, also there will just survive the biggest one in this regard. If they are offering a lot of data, then it might be enough for these models. The other problem, of course, is if we, following the logic of the digitalization means it would be better to have a more centralized system. I know Europe is too fragmented to be ready to go to a more centralized system, but I think one day probably might be necessary. What I have heard yesterday already, there are technical and technological solutions in place that we probably do not need a kind of a centralized system, but have in mind negotiating power and strengthening bargaining power is very key in this field. Otherwise, if you can't offer enough data, you might not be being interested in taking this on board for the AI model. So, because time is running out, but this is something what we have in mind, simplification for licensing and how to make this visible if you are creating an AI model. We need probably in transparency questions also a kind of a technological solution. Watermarking might be one thing here, but if the others, so the AI developers are coming with this argument on these are my trade secrets and we do not want to give access to everyone, then there might also be a different solution. But in such a case also we might need a third trusted party, and this also might be a wonderful task for the EUIPO, because you are all accustomed to these. you know to mediate, you know how to deal with it, and this could be a kind of a good way. Just one last point on territoriality. So even here, I think we need to think or to approach these differently, like what we have in place right now, because we can't allow at the end that someone is coming to the European market without licensing or training these somewhere else. So there from my point of view, we should be very strict in saying, you can come to our market, but you have to license with our European creators. And even so, I don't care and I don't mind if you have trained this somewhere in the world. As long as you are offering your services here, then you need also to license with our European creators. So this is more than less a little bit this idea. There is a lot more to say in these details, but this should give you an idea. We would like to support the creative sector. We are doing this, but we need this balance in this digital world where everything is machine readable, and this should be also acknowledged. Thanks a lot for your attention, and I hope you can follow a bit this line. Thank you.
Thank you, Axel Voss. And obviously the discussions, the points that you raised will be discussed in more detail later on. Let's move on with the next speaker. That is Karin Žvokel. She is the chair of the EUIPO Management Board. And, oh, by the way, she's also the director of the Slovenian IP office. Karin, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It is both an honor and a pleasure as a chairperson of the EUIPO Management Board to take part in this first EUIPO Copyright Conference and to have participated yesterday in the launch of the new Copyright Knowledge Center. I welcome the EUIPO taking a holistic and inclusive approach to IP, giving copyright a more prominent place within it. There is a strong link between supporting creativity and culture, innovation and entrepreneurship. And IP offices have a role to play in bridging the gap between this and supporting competitiveness. From this perspective, IP offices have much to gain from being involved in copyright matters, although there are, of course, very diverse approaches throughout Europe. As you may know, I can speak from my own experience. The Slovenian Intellectual Property Office also applies an inclusive approach. It is responsible for both industrial property as well as copyright and related rights. We issue authorizations for collective management of copyright and related rights and supervise the functioning of collective management organizations. We also support the work of the Copyright Board in setting the tariffs of collective management organizations and mediators in disputes related to collective management. Through the Copyright Agency, Slovenia also maintains a voluntary register for protecting works to serve as evidence of authorship. Slovenia already participates in several EUIPO activities related to copyright, such as providing information on copyright for teachers and consumers, and a dedicated network of national authorities combating live event piracy. Slovenia has recently joined the Agorateka portal of legal offices as its 23rd EU member state. I am confident that building on the EUIPO's existing copyright-related work, the new Copyright Center will have a central role in providing relevant information and bringing together all key stakeholders in a common forum. It is important to ensure a fair balance among stakeholders in the cultural, creative, and innovative sector. With everyone's support and engagement, the EUIPO is likely to serve as a credible platform for dialogue on future solutions, a much-needed step as AI, and particularly Gen AI, continues to shape our landscape. We also hope that the Center will build bridges between copyright and other intellectual property rights, ensuring that IP offices and other competent authorities in the field of copyright work in synergy share knowledge and contribute to a coherent and more comprehensive IP strategy that supports a stronger and more competitive EU economy. The Center will also provide welcome support to national ministries and other authorities working in this area, and especially those in smaller member states or with limited resources. I would like again to warmly congratulate the EUIPO for the launch of the new Copyright Knowledge Center. We wish you every success and look forward to working together in this new area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karin. And the next speaker is Sylvie Forbin. Do I need to introduce her? No, she is the Deputy Director General of Copyright and Creative Industries at WIPO. Floor is yours.
Dear colleagues and friends, it's a great pleasure to join you today for the inauguration of the EUIPO Copyright Knowledge Center. I want to congratulate Executive Director João Negrão and the entire team for this significant milestone. Yesterday, we heard from you, policymakers, academics, and creators across Europe. Your voices echoed the concern that we at WIPO hear from all over the world. A reminder that the challenges that we all face transcend borders and call for coordinated responses. We meet at an extraordinary moment of technological transformation. Generative AI and borderless digital platforms are reshaping how works are created, distributed, and consumed. These changes happen everywhere at a breathtaking speed. A song created in Seoul can be incorporated into an AI training dataset in California, which generates content consumed in Stockholm, all within seconds. A design sketched in Paris or in Alicante can be replicated and monetized across global platforms before the original creator is even aware. This is our reality. Copyright challenges in the 21st century operate at global scale and therefore require increased cooperation at national, regional, and international levels. When the Internet began transforming copyright in the 90s, the WIPO Internet Treaties of 1996 updated the legal framework that started with the Berne Convention some decades ago. They introduced new concepts such as making available right for on-demand digital access, protection for technological measures, and rights management information. And those treaties adapted the existing rights in the digital environment. Crucially, the international framework was established relatively early, while national approaches were still forming and before they could diverge or become entrenched. It was then transposed into national law through the Information Society Directive in the EU, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act in the US, and progressively worldwide. As courts confronted novel questions, their jurisprudence also showed significant convergence, with patterns of interpretation emerging from that provided growing coherence to all this. The Gen AI revolution has unfolded too quickly for this process to repeat. There has been no time to establish common foundation before divergent approaches took hold. The result is fragmentation, I agree. Copyright offices issue conflicting guidance, courts reach opposing conclusions, legislatures adopt divergent approaches to Gen AI and copyright. This fragmented legal landscape inevitably produces fragmented infrastructure, for example, incompatible databases or conflicting technical standards. It's true that some challenges are best addressed nationally when they reflect local cultural priorities and legal traditions. Others require regional coordination, the digital single market, for example, that function because the copyright systems in Europe are harmonized and compatible. But increasingly, many challenges call for global cooperation and frameworks that allow different approaches to interoperate rather than clash. Fragmented national or even regional approaches to AI and copyright will inevitably create friction that erodes their effectiveness unless we work toward greater coherence. This does not mean imposing uniform solutions. It means building frameworks for dialogue, sharing experience, and developing sufficient common understanding. And there is where WIPO and the newly launched Copyright Center can join forces. Let me be direct about how I see the collaboration. The reality is stark. Needs are enormous, resources are limited, and time is short. Copyright faces urgent challenges, and we cannot afford inefficiency, duplication, or even worse, forum shopping. We must work together strategically, but if we want to cooperate effectively, we need as well to understand our respective missions. To me, the European Union appears as an advanced laboratory for copyright solutions, an integrated framework that allows testing approaches rapidly and simultaneously across 27 member states. WIPO can provide an echo chamber for European experiments to inform policy discussions globally. But it is also important to recognize that other parts of the world face different realities, varying resources, economic developments, and legal traditions that preclude one-size-fits-all approaches. The EUIPO could provide as well European experts at joint technical events, awareness, and capacity-building activities. As you know, we are building a big platform which is called CLIP, Creators Learn IP, and we are engaging a very promising cooperation with the EU on this regard to help make bridges with this platform. This way, other regions will learn from European approaches, and Europe will learn what challenges look like in different contexts. Common projects, including in the area of breakthrough technologies, could allow us to pool expertise. In this regard, as more and more countries are looking to WIPO for a forum for technical discussions on data and copyright infrastructure more generally, we hope that the EUIPO and its Copyright Knowledge Center will actively contribute to our main shared goal, which is to ensure that diverse national and regional solutions remain interoperable. But our future collaboration also needs to recognize where our roles differ, each institution at its own identity and mission. The Copyright Knowledge Center serves EU member states and stakeholders, advancing their shared objective. WIPO, as you know, serves 193 member states with vastly diverse level of development, institutional capacity, and policy priorities, a role that imposes from us neutrality to enable dialogue among members with different and sometimes competing interests and perspectives. In closing, let me suggest several principles to guide the future partnership between EUIPO and WIPO. Build something together. When we identify shared objectives, we should pool our expertise and resources. Respect distinct mission. Our identities must not blur, and they can reinforce each other. Work within our respective strengths. EUIPO brings practical experience from the world's most integrated regional IP system. WIPO brings global reach and the ability to reconcile diverse perspectives. Maintain transparent, regular dialogue. We need open channels to coordinate activities, share information, and ensure our cooperation serves its purpose. Success in our cooperation means triple wins for the European Union, for WIPO, and most importantly, for the ultimate beneficiaries, creators, users, and the public globally. Looking ahead, the challenges facing copyright are complex and pressing. Gen AI, ensuring copyright supports rather than hinders access to knowledge and cultural heritage. Adapting to technology we cannot yet imagine now. By combining Europe's rich and unique experience with WIPO's global reach and convening power, we can make progress toward copyright systems that better serve, again, creators, users, and the public interest in our interconnected world. The inauguration of the Copyright Knowledge Center creates a real opportunity. WIPO is ready to work with the EUIPO to realize this opportunity in ways that strengthen both institutions and better serve the global copyright community. I thank you all.
Thank you very much. Very wise words, of course. And now we are going to continue with session number 4. And the session has as a title, Building Copyright Infrastructure in the Age of Generative Artificial Intelligence. And what we will have are 3 panels in a row. So the first panel will be about generative artificial intelligence and copyright. Well, probably for some of you, your favorite topic. Then we are going to look at the copyright infrastructure, copyright metadata beyond Gen AI. And the last session will be about the international dimension. And it is my great pleasure to introduce the first panel, starting with your moderator for the panel, Daphne Papadopoulou, and Daphne is the acting director of the Greek Copyright Office. Daphne, the floor is yours.
Pascal. Perfect. So, good morning to everyone, to all the people that are here and the people that you are watching us online. A big thank you to EUIPO for organizing this conference, for establishing the Copyright Knowledge Center, for inviting me here and setting up this wonderful panel. Of course, I have a small complaint. I've asked for some interrogation lights for my panelists, but they told me there will be a conversation. Say, OK, let's skip this. So please fasten your seatbelts. It will be fast. I hope not furious. And we will let's start with some honesty. We have been here before. When we had the printing press arrived, publishers claimed it would destroy authors. When we had radio emerged, the composers feared it would end music. When the VCR was launched, Hollywood predicted the death of cinema. But what actually happened? We built new frameworks, like Mrs. Forben has already said, licensing systems, collective management, organizations, new business model where actually creativity and innovation not only coexisted, but actually fueled each other. Generative AI feels different because of its speed, because of its scale, and because actually it calls into question the idea that content creation is a human prerogative. But actually, the fundamental challenge remains the same. How do we ensure that actually the technological innovation doesn't come at the expense of the authors, of the creators, whose work makes the innovation possible? So we have an excellent panel to explore this. Pablo Schumacher from Aleph Alpha, developing European AI with copyright compliance. Applause, please. Pascal Hetzold from Wiley, a publisher who has actually signed licensing deals with AI companies. Thank you. Anna Ramallo of Google, who combines big tech perspective and a deep academic expertise in this issue. And Saskia Lensing from TNO, who's built this GPT-NL, a Dutch AI model that actually got permission first. So our goal is not, of course, to resolve this issue within 40 minutes, actually 30, because you have the chance, 10 minutes to have the questions, but actually to understand what a reconciliation between innovation and creativity actually looks like in practice. So let's begin. So before we dive into tensions and the current state of play dominated by lawsuits, let's identify some common ground. Can each of you briefly describe what an ideal resolution to this AI copyright tension would look like from your perspective? Please. Pablo, you have, you have tackled first. 1.5 minutes.
Okay, I would go with two things. One, understanding, especially technical understanding, and second, also differentiation. Meaning differentiation, when we look at the Gen AI landscape, that we take into account the different natures of also the different Gen AI developers, but also the different fields of use of Gen AI. Because I guess this is also the source of different sentiments or hard feelings even, and depending on the different use, also these hard feelings are felt differently on different levels. Because I feel, as my personal opinion is, that the strongest feelings are among Gen AI solutions which are in the B2C sector with broad abilities, with general abilities, but this leaves out of scope the different industrial and public verticals and sectors we have, and especially for our use cases in the public sector or in the industrial sector, we don't see because these broad solutions, these general solutions, this is where also the biggest substitution effects are being feared. And for the different verticals, these substitution effects are not there because our outputs, they do not compete with human creativity. This is the first thing I would like to bring into discussion, this differentiation first, and second, the technical understanding. This is also where we at Alpha Alpha try to contribute with our very transparent model cards, with our blog posts, with our tech reports, and I want to invite every one of you to read those documents because we try to help understand what is happening on a technical layer and what is not happening. This goes not just model development, but also on the output, on the model layer itself, and also when it comes to expressing and respecting opt-outs also.
Okay, thank you. Pascal?
Thank you, Daphne. I wouldn't even use the word tension. I think Mr. Voss clearly used the word balance. I like that. And Mrs. Verbin used the word dialogue, right? And I think that's what we have done at Wiley. For us, it was important to first start to survey our customers, right? So the first advice would be survey your customers, survey your citizens, right? And ask their opinion. And we have interviewed thousands of them. We've published 2 studies online. You can download those for free. Just go to our newsroom. And then you get to learn what is important to them, right? And then you need to engage in that dialogue to convey the wishes and the concerns of your customers and your citizens to the technology companies that we are happily partnering with and collaborating with right now. And that creates a holistic view of that specific ecosystem that's important to you. And then you can help, change or guide the technology, and Wiley has seen this for 2 centuries now in such a way that it's beneficial for everybody.
Okay, thank you. Anna, what's your point?
I think an ideal resolution, let's say, or an ideal, what an ideal would look like, would be for everyone, every sector of society, realizing the true impact of AI. I think we all do because we're all here, but impact beyond creative industries and what this means for other sectors. And I'll give you a quick example, Gemini, for example, which is an AI model that is designed for the health industry. And of course, it's fine-tuned on medical data, and it can answer these amazing, complex medical theories. But for it to do this, it had to be trained beforehand on a broad internet-based data sets. So it's not only about this particular type of data, it's all the types of data that you use. And we're talking also about here an ideal solution, or as in something that is almost utopic or for the future, but I would like to underline that these type of discussions are not new. We had this type of questions, some of you will remember, at the birth of search engines. And nowadays, I think it's more or less uncontroversial to say that search engines perform a really important societal function. So as we understand that, I think we would also come to understand the true impact of this technology as well.
Okay, and Saskia?
Yeah, so with these AI models, they can do amazing things. And they add a lot of value. And there's also a lot of money that is being made in this ecosystem. So for us, it was absolutely unacceptable to build these models and not have the makers of the most important source, the most important fuel of these models, not be compensated fairly. And in the end, I think it's really crucial to also realize that if you have these models and you train them on data, then the quality of the data that you train them on is really key, is really crucial. So this tension, in the end, I think is very easily resolved by entering into interactions and into conversations with the makers of these data. And we actually did that. I mean, Pascal, we have your colleague also from the Netherlands, Stefan, sitting here. He was somewhere behind the cameras, just wave. And he actually came up to us and he said, well, we're from the news media companies. We have very high quality data, and it's crucial that models are being built with these types of data. and that also the makers of these data are being compensated fairly. And I think that's the best way to resolve this tension, because if you just rely on massively scraped data sets of which you cannot verify the quality, and there's all kinds of copyright infringement, that's not the way forward. And there is more than enough high-quality data. And when you put quality in, you get quality out, and you don't need as much.
Okay. Thank you. Saskia, let's stay a little bit with you more. You have actually built this with GPT-NL, a partnership between TNO that you mentioned, the Dutch publishers, press publishers. What made this collaboration work, and actually what these others might replicate?
So it really worked because we have a common interest. The makers, ourselves, we want to build powerful large language models. That was where we started from, but also create a fair ecosystem where the makers are also being compensated fairly and where we really rely on high quality data. And in the end, also for the makers, it was kind of crucial to move forward because they also understand that AI is here to stay. So for them, it's super crucial to also have their high-quality data represented in these data sets and in these new AI models, such that those models perform well and have high-quality outputs. And this common interest that we have really made that we sat together in a room and started to discuss. So we want to have this fair ecosystem. We want to have powerful models that are being trained on high-quality data. We might have different ideas on how to approach that, but let's just try to sit together and get to a common deal. And what really helped and what was really crucial here, that it was not just bilateral deals that we were making, but we were putting lots of different representatives in the same room. So it was not just the news media companies, it was representatives from the financial services industry, it was representatives from the legal services industry, and so forth and so further. So we really made a collective license deal and really try to get to a nice common point of view. We all have the same ambition. And then you just get to a solution where you share in the revenues.
Yeah, it's nice to have a blueprint about this, how you did it, because it sounds really, really interesting, but of course complicated. Let's go to the EU legal framework. It attempts balance, that we say. The EU framework attempts this balance. We have texted domain exception, allows training, but opt-out rights exist. The AI Act adds this transparency. Anna, do you think that does this work in practice?
Well, let me take a step back there and say that in general, the EU legal framework really aids the original copyright rationale, right? It balances, or it aims to balance the rights of the right holders with the interests of users, innovation, and copyright definitely shouldn't stand in the way of the latter. And in fact, it didn't. We just listened our marvelous previous speaker talk about the WIPO treaties. And the very preamble of the WIPO treaties talks about the need to balance the interests of authors with the larger public interests, namely education, research, access to information. These are all values that we hold dear, actually. And I believe we reflect those values and we reflect those principles in the products that we offer. And I'll give you an example. So from the beginning of the AI boom, let's call it like that, we underlined that it was important for right holders to have choice and control through machine-readable means. And this is the balance, choice and control through machine-readable means. Mm-hmm. Of course, we have now a clear copyright policy to comply with the code of practice that ensures that our GPI models are in conformity and so on. But to be perfectly honest, I think it's, on that bit of your question, I think it's a bit early to tell how the AI Act is working. But what I think is important from a generic perspective, it's to make sure that frameworks, or more importantly, the interpretation of frameworks, is done in a way that takes into account what is technically possible. And if we interpret the framework under this light, I think we all have to gain from it. And I think we can talk about a balance and also about an acquisition of content that obviously has to be lawful. It has to be reasonable and balanced. But again, I think we have achieved that through machine-readable means, through industry protocols such as robots.txt and so on. So I think we do have that balance, but beauty lies on the eyes of the beholder, let's say, and it has a lot to do with how you interpret that framework as well.
Thank you. Pablo, there's this complexity in the current framework, let's say like this, complexity. But from an EU AI company perspective, trying to compete globally, does this framework help Aleph Alpha or hinder you? What do you think?
Well, we have still our focus on the DACH region, meaning like Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. And for that, I think it is very helpful to have such a framework which allows us to develop our models also on copyrighted works, unless there is an opt-out expressed in an appropriate manner. This is very helpful and creates legal certainty, and also helps me in counseling of my internal mandates when I'm speaking to our engineers and researchers and what to do and what not to do especially. And the thing is, and this is compared to, I guess, to American colleagues, something different, because we have the fair use exemption and whatnot, and this is comes with a lot of ambiguity. So we could have there a little bit of a competitive edge, even. And this is an older framework, like Axel Voss said. Copyright existed, before AI, and this is clear, and this is a principle. And additionally, what's also very helpful is that we received some guidance from the Commission with the guidelines, but especially also with the codes of practice, which we signed. Even though the process might have left some room for improvement, but the output is good for us, because it's not just a checklist on what to do, but also where we can try to do more and even be over-compliant. But in order to leverage this competitive edge by having such a framework, as a European player, enforcement is key. So, right, if the legal framework is not being enforced against bad actors, first, we cannot leverage this framework we have, and second, it is also not helping building trust in what we are building, right? Because then the focus is on the bad actors, and then the narrative is then that the framework is not fit for purpose, because it is, and it got extended by the transparency requirements. So this is our view on it.
Okay. Saskia, GPT-NL had to navigate these exact rules. Did the framework make your job easier or harder?
Well, in the end, for us, it was not really about being easy or being hard. It was really that we had this ambition that we wanted to develop our own models within our own legislative context, without infringing upon copyrights, respecting GDPR, AI Act. And then when you have this vision and this ambition, you just need to execute on it. So we just got really good legal counsel. So, I mean, I'm guessing there's a lot of very good legal counsel here in the room as well.
We're always helpful.
Very good. But that really helped tremendously. And then we just set the boundary conditions for ourselves. We set up all the conversations and negotiations with the content rights holders, and also investigated what can we use and what can we not use, and then just executed on that, and then see how far we can get. And we got really far. We got really, really far. So now we have a first model that is actually performing better compared to similar models. And this is just the beginning. So to us, it was really a good sign that, okay, it might be a hard framework. We can complain about it. But that just, you lose a lot of energy complaining about how difficult things are. You just need to execute on it. And once you have your filters in place, your policies in place, you can expand, you can scale up.
Okay. Pascal, publishers fought hard for DSM directives protections. Are these regulatory protections meaningful when it comes to Gen AI? Or does the nature of this technology make it hard to prevent loopholes or IP leakage? And actually, what can be done to speed up the adoption in critical sectors, such as, say, legal, would mention, of course, or finance, or even more important than scientific research?
Yeah, I will take 3 hours to answer that.
You have 3 minutes.
So first of all, like Mrs. Vorbin said, this technology is moving very fast. There's not even a static description of its features, right? The technology learns from us, from you, right? And is sort of advancing accordingly. So it's changing a lot. New iterations of AI models are not necessarily always better than the previous one even, right? Having said that, I love the suggestion to start experimenting and doing things, right? So, you know, for us, we are aware of the fact that this is not only a first phase, right? It will be followed by, already by the AI browsers like Neon, Comet, and Atlas, right? So they may be capable of training on what it is that you do or look at or read, right? And then subsequently, there will be devices, and all the devices will use all the input and output for training, right? And so you need, as a publisher, you need to evolve alongside those developments and then see how you can fit it in with the business model that, you know, is the most attractive to your customers. Now, the audience, they can go to dummies.com if you want to. You can prompt all of our dummies books for free, but it will show you where the answers are coming from. And I'm telling you this because this is a metaphor, right? So if you go to the top right, Dummies AI, select it from the menu, you can do that. It's a metaphor for what we are trying to do. When we interviewed the researchers, they said, we want attribution, accuracy, we want to be known, we don't want the systems to mix up, you know, like was said by Saskia, mix up and garble the correlations between title and author of the work and the content. We want people to be able to see reliable information, truthful information, facts, and be able to verify it and make sure that everything is replicable, right? And that's what we have been doing. And in answer to your question, we have been collaborating together with companies like AWS, Perplexity, Anthropic Claude, and also Mistral. We have been working here in Europe together with European Space Agency to make models and systems reliable and enabling people to prompt the reliable data that Saskia was referring to directly, right? So for those models, that's now possible. And we think that that was just a small step in a very lengthy process where we will see this technology evolve in a very exciting way, and logically it is, and change is always a little bit scary for people, right? But that's why we need to communicate a lot, and I think the Copyright Knowledge Center can play an important role in that.
Mm-hmm. Let's stay with you because you mentioned something, and I wanted, let's say, to build on this. Let's talk about actual deals, because Wiley Anthropic partnership, without disclosing any confidential terms, what made it work?
So I think, you know, we need to have an understanding for the fact that the technologists are focusing on getting the features out of the door, right? And hopefully the features will be exciting for the largest amount of people, right? And they will be happy to work with that. And so the conversations we had were about the topics I mentioned, like the accuracy, you know, no hallucinations, no bias, and stuff like that. It's about explaining that critical sectors such as legal, healthcare, you know, finance, scientific research need the models to be reliable, right? Mm-hmm. And so we have enabled Anthropic and others to tap into our reliable data repositories without any other sort of abstract or maybe less high-quality data coming from online web fora or places like that, right? Mm-hmm. And if you target the models in such a way and fine-tune them, then you're able to deliver higher levels of quality that are suitable for those sectors and those specific users who want to do some serious work in academic environments, research institutions, libraries, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the conversation, right? How do you make the model suitable for that specific target audience? And that's the solution.
Anna, Google has decades of publisher negotiations. Google Books, YouTube, Content ID. What's different about AI licensing compared to those models? Do you will have a YouTube moment for Gen AI? I mean, YouTube moment, say, to start having agreements with creators and CMOs?
Well, two previous points maybe to that question. First, strictly speaking, and this is a personal preference, I don't really like the expression content ID, the web, because it conflicts paradigms that are just not compatible. So you cannot content ID the whole web. You say you need a reference file first. I get where you're going with this question, but I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, don't change the subject.
I'm not changing. I just wanted to make that clear. I think, and another point I wanted to make is that we need to work on solutions against, again, what's technically possible, considering that these technologies are very important to very many corners of society. 2 points on that. So first, as for all licensees, Google acquires a lot of content through license. And one question that I don't see asked many times is, what happens if the content that is being provided is AI generated under that license? Are there still fees due and so on? So this is, I think, an area where we need to also discuss, not now, given the time. Another point that I wanted to make is that I think licensing and partnership sometimes are used interchangeably, but partnership is a broader thing. And I prefer partnership to licensing. And yes, we have, I think you refer to publishers, we have this Google News Showcase, ENP, thousands of news publications being paid under it. You can also ask, like, can we have a ENP moment? But we are also able to think of partnerships in a broader sense. We have YouTube activation partners, for example, where you can secure expertise on YouTube buying strategy, or you have this symphony twin paradox where Google Arts and Culture partnered up with the Munich Symphony Orchestra and 2 German composers using Gemini as a partner to get a new melody. So I think that my nugget here is, yes, licensing, but let's talk about partnership rather than licensing due to the power of these technologies.
Okay. Pablo, from an AI developer perspective, is one licensing model realistic for all these different sectors, creators, publishers, new media?
I'll try to answer that very shortly.
1 minute.
It sounds very promising, right? Especially for me as a legal counsel, because it will save a lot of time, sounds like. But and it could be possible. But let me raise two things in order to manage expectations. One is researchers and engineers and developers. They do not think in these sectors of the creative industry. They think of in domains, right? As in, this is where this differentiation comes into play, which I mentioned at the beginning. So one licensing model might be very suitable for the legal domain, for instance, but it doesn't have to be suitable for a social security domain, for instance. So this is just to manage expectations first, and second, bargaining power, right? But we, as a smaller player, we have 250 employees, and most of them are researchers or engineers. We are 4 legal people, and that's it. We don't have the bargaining power, and also not the deep pockets as others of our competitors, but also with the people we are doing licensing deals with, like the rights holders. They have a quite impressive bargaining power as well compared to us. For us, as me as a legal, is often take it or leave it. So because we're a smaller company.
Saskia, quick reaction on the different sectors question.
Well,
Quick.
we did it. We had one licensing deal and we put
That's
different
why I'm
sectors
asking.
together. The thing is, it tremendously helped that the umbrella organization of the commercial news media companies was really, had shared the same vision and ambition. So they really did a lot of work to make sure that all the news media companies were aligned with each other. So that tremendously helped. But then also just because we sat all together, everybody understood that it's not going to work if you have all these bilateral deals, etc. You need to move towards a single agreement that makes it much easier for everyone to just sign in on it. So that's what we did. So we have different sectors represented. We are onboarding now a telecom operator who can also find the license deals really interesting, and they're agreeing to it. So right now it seems to be completely feasible to just put everyone together in one room and have one deal for different sectors.
Okay, I see Harry is getting a little bit upset. But I have a last question. It's important. And this is the last one. What would accelerate the shifts from litigation to licensing, Anna and Pablo? What blocks dealings, actually?
I think what would facilitate is to focus on the outputs. Following this paradigm that training is learning, focus on the outputs, that's where the copyright, the downstream users, that's where the copyright questions should lie. See?
Pascal,
very fast.
headline.
I think we will enter into a future where knowledge will be turning into models, right? So my advice would be also to turn the Copyright Knowledge Center into a model that other models can talk to have a diversity of opinion about topics that are critical, like the ones we're discussing today, right? So I think that would be
Okay,
my wish.
So we don't have any time for questions from the audience, I suppose. Sorry. You can find them during the break and ask them whatever they want. I apologize. Just to wrap up, so actually it's possible to have, not to have tension. It's a key takeaway. This is not a creation versus innovation. It's about building mechanism. Thank you very much, the panelists, and I think we will continue this very interesting discussion throughout the conference and maybe during the break. Thank you very much.
Go to the panel. Yes, unfortunately, time is an issue here, as I explained to you already yesterday morning. And so without much ado, we go straight to the next panel, which will be on copyright infrastructure, copyright metadata, and it will be moderated by Anna Vuopala. Anna is the Senior Ministerial Advisor at the Ministry of Education and Culture in Finland. Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, EUIPO. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Veronique, for inviting me. Generative AI is causing disruption. This is something that we can't escape. Yesterday, someone said that we are like kittens in a hurricane. We don't know how long it takes to get on board, back on the surfboard, on the waves of new technologies. But we will do it eventually. Is this the end of disruption? Definitely not. This will just be the beginning, I will say. These disruptions that focus on the core elements of copyright, the creativity of human beings, is something that need to be addressed sooner than later, and that's why we are here. So I'm happy that we have so many people here who want to contribute to finding new solutions for a tech-resilient copyright system. Alongside regulatory amendments, whenever they are needed, we will always need tools and mechanisms to make copyright work in the AI era. This is particularly true for the European sectors, because we have a fragmented legal framework and we have fragmented markets. This is our concern in particular. Before I introduce the panelists, I want to say a few words about this concept, copyright infrastructure. I did a little poll yesterday evening and tried to ask people whether they understand what copyright infrastructure is. And I really didn't get many answers. And that's the fact that it's an invented word from the governments or the organizations. So the creative sectors don't really use it. But this is only a process. We can make together something of a common copyright infrastructure. We have to work on it. So to understand what the copyright infrastructure is, it's to realize that it has 3 layers. It has the legal layer, which is the fundamental layer of EU acquis and DSM directive, but in particular also the EU AI Act. But it has, of course, all the systems and services that make the industries gain benefits from the copyright. But what we need to do in the modern copyright infrastructure is to build on the middle layer, the semantic layer that underpins both the legislation and these systems. This is new. This has not been done before, and especially for the whole copyright system. So here we are talking about identifiers and metadata standards that need to be agreed among ourselves. We need to understand what we are talking about and discuss about them together. So EUIP office is one great place to convene these kinds of discussions. We will have to put the creators into focus because the creators depend their livelihoods on the creative activities. But we also need to support the European companies, the creative sectors, but also the SMEs and others who use the copyright system. So we need a cooperation with all of them. And to talk about the semantic layer, we need, of course, work. The CITF, Copyright Infrastructure Task Force, has already started this work. And this is something that you can get familiarized with. No worries, if you haven't heard about it yet, it doesn't matter. You will be able to get on board later. So I just want to, with these words, I want to introduce the panelists. So welcome to the stage, Kai Welp, General Counsel from GEMA. Applause, please. Paul Keller, Director at Policy Open Future Foundation. And finally, Alan Strovel, a professor from UC Louvain. So we have some 25 minutes to discuss. And first of all, I would like to ask first Paul, what's happening now from your perspective? Do you think that the solution will be regulation, or do you think that there will be an opening for something else, like this sort of cooperation for a copyright infrastructure?
Well, that's a big question. I think you pointed to those three layers, and I think something is happening on all. Let me focus on the sort of like the technical, semantical, the infrastructure layer that we've been doing some work on, and that, frankly, the EUIPO has done some pioneering work on, right? Like the first time I came here was to discuss the sort of orphan works database. That's a long way ago. That's maybe the first part of the European copyright infrastructure maintained here. The second part is the out-of-commerce works database, which is actually much bigger. We've been also involved in sort of like helping the EUIPO understand the needs of the cultural heritage sector, the needs of rights holders in this space. And so there's two pieces of copyright infrastructure that are already in place here, that are maintained here. And they also clearly show like sometimes the law, the regulation in order to function requires some form of copyright infrastructure, right? And for both of these, the EUIPO was ready when the obligations came into force. That wasn't easy, like with directives that have a 2-year implementation thing to, like, essentially the moment the directive is finished, they had the blueprint of what they needed to build. In both cases, they were ready. And if we contrast that with sort of what we've just been talking about in generative AI, right, like in this thing, in some degree, like I think we didn't really realize that Article 4, as it's architected, required infrastructure to work. And also, there was, compared to the Orphan Works Directive, compared to Article 8 with the out-of-commerce things, there was no explicit mention of this infrastructure and no explicit assignment. So when this generative AI thing comes into place, we realize we actually have quite a good, balanced legal framework. We have the legal conceptual tools to deal with this challenge, but we were lacking the infrastructure, like these machine-readable opt-outs that suddenly came to the forefront of being like a very, very important tool in order to balance things in the generative AI space. Nobody had an idea how to do them. So we looked at something, like some companies suggested maybe use robots.txt, but it has been like an excruciating process of getting agreement on things, of building things. I think we had heard Mr. Voss talk about like that the EUIPO should have a role in this, that there is also a need to have centralized places. There's the studies being undertaken on sort of like the possibility of a single public opt-out registry. So there's a lot of stuff happening at the moment, but we were too late in this case. And it shows us what the sort of, it's illustrative, like the best regulation can't work if the required infrastructural components aren't there.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. How about Alain, your view on this?
I like very much the idea of the copyright infrastructure. I don't like the term, by the way, because for a French speaker, it's difficult to say infrastructure. I remember back in the 90s, we were speaking about information highways, and maybe we could speak about copyright highways, I don't know. But no, it's definitely important, and it's more important than any change of regulation, because I agree, we have the building blocks. And when you look, for instance, at some recent decisions, including the GEMA versus OpenAI, you see that we have a right exception. And of course, we have as well the rights that have been defined, and they have been defined already a long time ago, back in the 1940s for the internet. And we have them in Europe with the CDSM directive for the new internet. So I think there is not much to do there. It's about application and implementation. And there we have, I think, case law that develops in the right direction. Of course, even if we have the foundational legal layer, there are still improvements to do concerning enforcement. And one, I think, is dynamic injunctions. I think there is a connection with Gen AI, because we know after the Bart's versus Anthropic case, for instance, that some of those companies are widely using the so-called shadow libraries, Pilimili, and so on. So we need means to block the development of those pirated libraries online. So there is a link. But of course, I think what is more important is the copyright infrastructure. And there are a lot of things to think about. I think we have a collective action problem there. We would be all better off if we would cooperate better, but it's not the case. So I think there is a room for the legislator or for the authorities to unlock this social dilemma that we are all inside. But we can rely on the existing institutions, including CMOs, even if we develop a copyright infrastructure that will require to share a little bit more, but we could discuss then on interoperability. So no change of the framework, but I think that public authorities could nevertheless push for a system that might be a right to remuneration. That was already presented by Martin Zenfleben yesterday. It was alluded to by Axel Voss this morning. I think that is probably a second best solution, but public authorities should push that forward so that parties on the ground will accelerate the pace towards a copyright infrastructure. I think it's a good leverage, and you should tie both so that at the end of the day, maybe we won't have the first best solution because copyright infrastructure is too complicated to set, but at least we would have the right of remuneration in favor of creators, and that might be an unwaivable right. We could discuss that. So there is still room, I think, but it's more to play. The law is something strategic as well, so you have to use all the possibilities of the law in order to move things on the ground.
Thank you so much. Yes. Now to Kai. GEMA had a nice victory with OpenAI just now. So how do you think that this paves the way for solutions in the music industry and more broadly? And also, how do you understand the copyright infrastructure as an element to align with, let's say, which is an important part, of course, of CMO's work as well?
So first of all, to the two decisions or to the two lawsuits we initiated at GEMA. So one is against OpenAI and one is Uno, and we got a very encouraging judgment last week. And this judgment was so important for us because we tried via litigation to enforce our licensing model. And from the outset, we believed that we could not limit our licensing model to the training data. So we believe that we have that territoriality issue with regard to the training data, and so we wanted to license the output as well. And the outcome from our judgment is that we have a small part in the output which we can license, which is the memorization. So if there are protected parts of works or whole works in the output, then all the AI providers need a license from us. So this is really important for us. I believe that CMOs will play an important role in the area of AI. The first thing we heard about that is negotiating power. Of course, we are trying to sell license to the biggest companies in the world. So we need really to come together as authors in collecting societies. So this is an important thing. We learned about buyouts yesterday. So CMOs, from my view, are perfect to prevent buyouts. And which might be the most important thing. We also talked about cultural diversity yesterday. So, and I think in the licensing market of AI, we really need blanket licenses. So we cannot leave the field to individual right holders just making close deals together with the companies. We really need the European works in the licensing market. And another thing is, if it comes to distribution, we will need some kind of collective distribution, I believe, because, and this is back to licensing the output and back to the idea of Martin Senftleben yesterday. If we can or manage to license the output, then from a technical point, as far as I know, I'm a lawyer, but we have no possibility to link it to the used training data. And so we'll need some kind of collective system for the distribution.
Thank you very much. So do you have a comment on the copyright infrastructure part of this whole thing? I understand you're a lawyer, so it's always difficult, but try.
So I could say something to the idea of a registry for copyrighted or for the ops. We as a collecting society, we do not so much support this idea, at least in the field of music. And the reason for that is that we already have that infrastructure. So we have very good databases with all the rights holders and all the rights. This is our daily business. We are licensing our works to do services like YouTube or Spotify on a work-by-work basis. So this is the technology we built up, and we spent a lot of money on that technology. So, and the second point is, we are always talking about the opt-out in the TDM exception. So I believe in the field of music, it's a bit contradictory, because I don't know any partner in the field of music who hasn't opted out. So all the CMOs have opted out, all the CMOs in Europe, and all the publishers have opted out. So what should be administrated by such a registry? We have the data about the works, and there's only one thing I could attribute to those data. It's we have opted out. So according to me, the companies could just inquire to the representative right holders and ask them if they have opted out for their rights or for the use for TDM, for AA purposes. So we do not believe that we need in the field of music. It might be different in other fields, that double infrastructure.
Yes, infrastructure, of course, is broader than just the registry. So we are definitely talking about a common middle layer, which is the layer of semantically describing who are the writers, who are the authors, who are the works, and how to describe these rights in a machine-readable way. And here, the distribution of remunerations, even in the CMOs, there are areas of efficiency that can be achieved with these works. But to go to the next question, challenges of developing a modern copyright infrastructure. You, Alan, already mentioned some of them, which is how to get the parties together, how to get mutually beneficial interest. Do you want to share something here? What do we need in order for a copyright infrastructure to be modernized?
I think I'm here because we are finishing a study for the EUIPO on the mapping of metadata database and on the standardization of those metadata. That's something that has to be done by engineers. So Philippe Rixon, who I think is in the room, has been the leading person in this project. We need engineers, but lawyers can play the role of social engineers, and it's important because it's not only about the definition of data formats, about finding the ways to make the database interoperable. It's as well about social engineering. So we need lawyers as well for the governance aspect. But so far, as a summary, so we have interviewed about 30, or exactly 31 organizations dealing with copyright metadata. It's a mix of private and public organizations, so national libraries were interviewed among others. The study is not yet finalized. It will be released beginning of next year, but we already see a few mega trends. Maybe it's not surprising, but we were surprised to find that there are more databases covering a particular creative sector than we expected. We have identification code, but sometimes the information about a particular creator vary from one database to the other. We discover as well that there is more legal diversity and legal uncertainty than expected. There are some issues with the IP framework, but there is as well GDPR. Sometimes it's used as an excuse as well not to move forward in terms of interoperability, standardization. There might be trade secret issues. There might be issues with the mandates that some actors have, like national libraries, which might block the development of the infrastructure. Another takeaway is that there are more IT providers than we thought, and sometimes they are quite small. So that's really the basic layer, but it's important as well, even if there is some standardization of the data formats. The metadata schemes are less based on international standards than expected. So we are a little bit surprised there. I could continue, but it's clear that for many stakeholders, the proposal of the EUIPO to have a copyright view at some point after the Copyright Knowledge Center is seen with positive eyes. It would help some actors, for instance, national libraries, as well to have a role outside their national borders. This copyright view, if it's set up, it should focus on upstream data, so close to the moment of creation. It should not be involved with downstream data, which is the data needed for the exploitation. So we should focus mainly on the identifiers and the first stage. I could go more into details, but I think the study will be released, and it's better for an audience that does not comprise engineers as well. So that's it.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, that study that you're working on is a crucial component of the whole copyright infrastructure initiatives, which one part is, of course, the opt-out registry that was mentioned. Another was what Paul mentioned earlier was this public domain works registry, and the foundational layer that the CITF first project is proposing is to work together with different industries on how to validate those different technical requirements that were analyzed in that report. Final question round that I would like to ask of you is that which I think you already mentioned, that there is a role for public authorities. But what kind of role would you like to have? I understood that more or less the music industry considered that there is no room or no need, in particular for a public administration to amend or change anything. But how about the idea of participating from the point of view that you know, for instance, in the music industry, a lot of new musicians and performers are coming up on a daily basis. We see more and more young generation artists that do not know about copyright organizations and not necessarily wanting to be there. So would you like to be a part of a system where we can develop a tech-resilient copyright infrastructure and thereby get benefits also for new customers, for CMOs, for instance? So this is a question to you, and I will ask small questions. We have 5 minutes, so small replies also from Paul and Alain.
Okay, of course, we need public authorities. We need your help. I think the most important role is just that you support the cooperation between the different stakeholders. So this, from my perspective, is the key role of public authorities. But as you mentioned, I believe that education and training will be a very important thing in the field of copyright in the future and in the AI area. Because yesterday we talked about a new generation which uses those chatbots and all the machines, and I believe some of them don't even know that these machines were trained with works, with human works, and so it's quite important to stress the role of the human creators, and so you should give all that information into the market, and I think the new center is just perfect for such a role.
Thank you very much. And Paul?
Yeah, I think a number of things have been mentioned already. Like, infrastructure cannot solve all the problems, right? Like, and we see this sort of sometimes, like, the sectors already have their own infrastructure. I also think that fundamentally the more sort of like distributive remuneration type problems are probably better addressed through systems like the one that Martin Senftleben yesterday presented. I do think copyright infrastructure and public copyright infrastructure has a place where we have sort of information discovery problems, where there is not enough information, where sort of not all copyright works, like the music sector really is, I think, an exception in that sense. Not all copyright works are actively managed by professional organizations or even by the individual creators. Sometimes that is just like in disproportionate burden. There's not enough economic incentives, and I think that is where sort of these infrastructural components can step in, and where public authorities have a responsibility to step in. Like, the examples are indeed like the orphan works, the out-of-commerce works, the work that we're currently doing on developing a registry-based, like a pilot registry for public domain and openly licensed works, which is built also on standards like the International Standard Content Code, which tries to implement this idea of a sort of like a standards-first approach to registry building, which we have currently a prototype that is available. We will launch this as a fuller prototype also with more entities contributing to this in January next year. But there is a space for public authorities. And I want to come back to one thing. Like, I think we've seen a sort of like a tendency of regulators in this space also to delegate some of their responsibility to standards-making bodies. And I think we're running into the limitations of this at the moment, right? Like, the discussions around opt-out standards at the moment, they are taking place under a lot of pressure from regulators, from different things. We know, Sylvie has pointed this out, we have a very fragmented copyright system, which gives us very different points of departure for even finding common language to address these things. And I think to some degree there is also, this has taught us, and if we want to continue this, I like your presentation of Europe as the rapid prototyping shop of copyright infrastructure. If you're in the middle of it, it feels anything but rapid, but like, I think on the global level it still is. If we want to do that to some degree, like, we also need to have, like, regulators need to take their role and need to step in and sort of also need to take decisions, because like just pushing complexity down to sort of regulatory frameworks that are like global in nature slows things down and limits our ability to intervene here.
Thanks, Paul. I really think what you emphasized is that we need everybody. We can't do only technical, we can't do only with the legal, we need everybody's input in a copyright infrastructure. Alan, still, you mentioned about the role of cultural heritage institutions and how important they are because of their data that they hold. So basically, combining infrastructures would be a step forward that would help also CMOs, which would not take over anything, it would just combine them. But please, you have 1 minute and a little bit less.
Yeah, well, thank you. Much has been said, and I agree with what Paul said on the limits of standardization, although we should push for standardization, but there are some limitations there. So that's why there is a room as well for public authorities to move beyond that and to improve interoperability. Now, I want to mention to start with, because that struck me yesterday, I was reading an op-ed of Jimmy Wales, the co-founder of Wikipedia, and that's the open internet. But he said what we need to build trust on the internet is structural transparency. And I'm reading, every platform that mediates information should make provenance visible, where data originated, how it was processed, and what uncertainty surrounds it. I think that's a very good program, not only for the open internet, but as well for copyright that aims at remunerating authors. So, and there is a room for public authorities that should play, I think, as I mentioned, with some proposal as well to push the actors to move forward for the copyright infrastructure. So I mentioned already the unwaivable right of remuneration that might not be the best solution, but if we don't succeed with the copyright infrastructure, at least it would be there, and that's already very good. But I think for EU authorities, I think we should even think further, and I'm a little bit more provocative there, but we have been, as academics, advocating for unitary copyright for quite a long time. I think that might be important because it might be linked with a voluntary registration to which many advantages could be associated with. And that would really be the future, I think, for copyright, because we would have a unitary title for the whole EU, and then it becomes a bit more easier to have cross-border licensing, to have cross-border enforcement, and all the rest. But I stop here.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alain. I think we are out of time. So to summarize, I think we got a mandate as government representatives, as the public authorities, to help the different stakeholders in the creative sectors to work on a modernized copyright infrastructure. We can name it another name. It doesn't matter. It's just that we work on it. So thank you very much, and applause for the panel.
Thank you very much, Anna, and thank you very much to the panelists as well, of course. As a head of IP in a digital world at the EUIPO, of course, I find it a huge pity that we do not have more time, actually. After each session, there is so much more that could be said, and we would have given opportunity to the audience, for instance. But as a master of ceremony, I have to be strict. So without any further delay, let's move on now to the third panel of this session, which will be led by Ulrike Thiel. Ulrike is, as you will see right now, the Director IP and Frontier Technologies of WIPO. Ulrike, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. As we move into panel 3, we widen the lens beyond Europe and look at a very fast evolving global picture. Generative AI is not only raising profound questions for copyright law within the EU, but globally. It has been the fastest ever adopted technology. ChatGPT had more than 100 million active users within less than 2 months of its being launched. And it is reshaping innovation and creative ecosystems around the world. As we've already heard from everyone speaking here, the questions are profound and they are complex. And the way forward is far from clear. Countries around the world are certainly exploring different paths. And I would like to remind Harry that Phileas Fogg had 70 days to go once around the world. Unfortunately, we have 30 minutes to try and do that this morning. So in this panel, what we thought we would do is we explore the international perspective by having a look at 3 jurisdictions: Korea, the United States, and India, and have a look at how they are navigating the transition that we're seeing. We will discuss not only their legal responses, but also structural questions, as we've seen in panel 2 just now. What does copyright infrastructure for the AI era in the global context look like? How can transparency, data sets, licensing, and output-related rules converge into workable solutions, workable practical solutions for creators, innovators, and citizens? So without further ado, because time is tight, let me introduce our fantastic panel and speakers. We have Ms. Choi, Deputy Director of the Korean Ministry for Culture, Sports and Tourism, who is joining us remotely. Ms. Lee Chitrik, University of Maryland and Duke University, and Mr. Ankit Sandhi, intellectual property lawyer from India. So I will, and that's worth an applause. So let me begin by having a look at Korea. Where is So let me begin, now that you can hear me again, with Korea, where a remarkable multi-year AI copyright working group is actively shaping national policy. So Ms. Choi, joining us remotely, from your public sector perspective, Korea has developed several government-run working groups and guidebooks on Gen AI and copyright since 2023, including concrete guidance on fair use and transparency. From your experience, what has been the most effective element of this government-led approach, and what still proves to be difficult in practice for rights holders and AI developers alike?
Thank you so much, Ms. Hill. And thank you so much for having me today. I'm so sorry that I couldn't join in person. It's my great pleasure, and congratulations to the launch of EU Corporate Knowledge Center. Regarding your first question, I think the most effective element of the government-led initiative is that the government government is in a position to resolve the information asymmetry between the rights holders and AI developers. So the government may publish a lot of guidelines. They can give a lot of educational and information progress. And also another important element or effective element is that government is actually in a position to tell the stakeholders, to tell the rights holders, the AI developers, saying that, hey, please come here and sit together and talk to each other. Because the government is supposed to be a very balanced entity, which does not weigh into any specific party. And the difficult things in practice for rights holders and AI developers is that when we talk to the rights holders, they say, hey, we need compensation. We need to be compensated for the use of our works. But the AI developers, they do not come to us. They do not approach us and talk to us. That's the most difficult part for the rights holders. And for the AI developers, they always say, you don't want to talk to the rights holders without any standardized price tables. So the AI developers, they actually want the government to develop a standard price tags or the tables. So that's in practice the most difficult things.
Thank you so much for that. And I mean, it's interesting. So the Korean working groups aim to bring together the rights holders and the AI developers to the table to negotiate data use and training, rather than simply relying on statutory solutions. I mean, clearly there have been efforts around the world to bring those two sides to the table. And my question is about the magic. Do you see this collaborative and cooperative approach model as scalable internationally? And what does it take for such negotiations to actually succeed?
Excellent question. Of course, I believe that it is scalable internationally, of course. But what I mean by scalable internationally is could be done in two ways. First, each jurisdiction could carry on their own government initiatives, and maybe there could be a global entity such as WIPO, which can provide such platforms. But the prerequisite of both approach is that there should be a technical system where rights holders and AI developers can access and do the negotiation and conclude an agreement. For example, in Korea, there's Corporate Business Support Center, where anybody can access and look for rights holders' information so that they can approach the rights holders to get some license. Also, the system provides completely online and automatic licensing function. So, for example, if you want to use a music, you can just click the music, and you can you can write the agreements, and then you click it, and it will go to the rights holders, and you can conclude the agreement. So, what the government is trying to do at the moment is that we would like to add one more tick box saying for the purpose of AI development. So that's the Korean government is trying to do, and I think the most important and very important elements for success of this is that the government needs to pinpoint two elements. First one is that the government needs to come and approach the companies or AI developers who want to join this scheme. So, for example, the Korean government recently contacted 150 software companies, which is the members of Korea Software Association. And among the 150 companies, 17 companies said, yes, we would like to do. So about 11% of those companies are actually would like to join this scheme. So that is really important. And another is that government also needs to pinpoint which area is most highly probable to succeed. And our opinion is that it could be legal or medical data parts because it's really important. And when we talk to people who have these data sets, they're very willing to make transaction with the AI developers.
Thank you so much. And maybe one last question, if I may, because clearly the AI industry and rights holders still differ very sharply in their expectations around AI and copyright. But it's really not the first time that tech, and many speakers have said it, that tech disruptions have challenged the balance, how we do things. So as we look at today's conversations and debates about AI and copyright, what can those debates teach us about how to prepare for the next technological disruption looking to the future?
Yes, this is a very, very tricky and difficult question, but the question that we should be able to answer. So as we witness the development of technology, it's getting faster. And so when the government is trying to stick to statutory solutions, it could be a little bit or far further slower than the market development. So I think I would like to recall what DDG Fobang, what she said in the keynote speech, that one-fits-all solution does not work anymore. So in order for the government to properly cope with the technological development, but at the same time, in order to protect the rights holders, we need to know how to provide the timely information to the policy customers. So we call it policy customers and stakeholders. So everyone who could be affected by government policy need to have the right information so that they can use that information to protect their rights and in order to develop the technology. I think we need to look at diverse directions and we don't need to stick to statutory solutions.
Thank you so much for that, and certainly as WIPO, I appreciate the call out for the international conversations. But let me turn from east to west to the United States. And Lee, the law in almost every jurisdiction around the world, or every jurisdiction around the world, is still catching up with the technology. And historically, when technological disruption challenges copyright and challenges law, the law tends to evolve much, much slower than the technology. In contrast to Korea, as we just heard, where we have a government-facilitated approach, in the US currently, the approach is to rely heavily on the courts applying the fair use doctrine on a case-by-case basis. From your point of view, what are the advantages and disadvantages of leaving these questions to judicial developments?
Well, thank you, Ulrike, for the question, and thanks to the EUIPO office for inviting me here today. Just for a little bit of context, in the United States, we do not have a text and data mining exception to our copyright statute. Instead, we have a fair use exception. And the fair use exception directs courts to look to a variety of factors to determine whether or not the alleged infringement is permissible. The factors include looking at the nature and purpose of the use, including whether it's non-commercial, looking at the nature of the copyrighted work, the amount of the work used, and market impacts. So one of the advantages of the current approach in the United States of relying on the courts is that it gives the courts the opportunity to look at the case before it and to really make a decision that are focused on the facts. And through some of the work that I've done, both domestically as well as internationally, with different multilateral organizations, we've seen that the facts do vary across different cases. So I think that's definitely an advantage. I think some of the disadvantages are that litigation, particularly in the United States, can be very expensive and time-consuming. One of the results of that is that it creates a lot of uncertainty. For example, we've recently had a couple cases in the United States involving generative AI and copyright, and you had two district court judges who had different reasoning in the cases, and it's going to take a while for other cases to work through, for that to go up through the appeals system. So it's uncertainty for all the stakeholders. And there also is the risk that the focus on litigation could detract from efforts to try to build common infrastructure and look forward instead of looking backward.
Thank you so much. And legal reform will certainly take time. But also, as Anna's panel just before told us, so will building technical infrastructure. So, from your perspective, Lee, what elements of infrastructure are most urgently needed to make copyright practically workable in an environment where AI models and their training and their outputs are constantly evolving?
Yeah, so I'm, based on work I've done domestically, internationally, I'm a big fan of building infrastructure. And I want to come back to a point that you made and your colleague, Sylvia Forbin, made, that when you look at the world globally, unsurprisingly, different jurisdictions have very different viewpoints on the copyright issues. So I think it's important to build an infrastructure that can work across all the different jurisdictions, recognizing that we all have different cultures and norms, are going to strike balances differently. I think it's also really important, and it's come up through the conversations, that when we build the infrastructure, we have to think about it broadly in terms of rights. Here we've been focused on copyrights, there are trademark rights, we've heard about the neighboring rights. I was at meetings last week in Paris, and privacy was a big issue, and a lot of times the same data can have intellectual property issues as well as privacy issues. And I think some of these infrastructure options give us opportunity to try to address some of those issues holistically. And I think some of the things that we need are, better mechanisms to give rights holders more control over their work. We have robot.txt. How can we build that out? Through my work, I've heard that a lot of rights holders don't necessarily want a straight opt-in, opt-out, but want to have conditional opt-in, opt-out. So building in that flexibility, building in more groundwork to reach resolution, to reach agreement, having standard license agreements, again, voluntary. In the US, we definitely have a much more deregulatory approach than there is in Europe. But if you have voluntary agreements, kind of like we have for Creative Commons, it provides more opportunity for people to reach agreements and to be able to do that faster, and sort of common techniques for how to remit payment in situations where that may be appropriate, for the transparency. And the beauty of building out the infrastructure is it's something that can work across jurisdictions, and each country can decide to what degree they want it to be mandatory and to what degree they'd like it to be voluntary.
Thank you so much. And I mean, much of the discussion that we've had in the last 2 days has been, unsurprisingly, on the input side of training data and copyright. But some speakers have already made the connection and started talking about the output side of things. And clearly, jurisdictions are also grappling on questions of AI-generated outputs. From a user perspective and from your perspective, how should lawmakers balance innovation with accountability? And again, what role might infrastructure solutions play in all of that?
Yeah, well, you know, in terms of balancing innovation and accountability, as I'm sure most of you know, President Trump released his AI action plan a few months ago. You know, accelerating innovation is very much a priority, but so is, you know, building the evaluation ecosystem, which falls under that pillar. And I think some of the things that we can do is, you know, we don't have yet reliable mechanisms for identifying AI-generated outputs, and thinking about, you know, how do we do that, both in terms of deciding whether or not it's entitled to IP protection, how to differentiate along the continuum, because, you know, to what degree has it been generated using AI versus the human input. So I think, you know, building out those mechanisms are important, and I think coming back to having standard technical tools will help, because I think that's an area where we can reach agreement, hopefully quickly around the globe, and that would then give different countries the ability to decide how much they want to make it mandatory. And I think it also helps with the accountability issue as well, because when you look at the AI ecosystem today, there are a lot of different players in the value chain. And, you know, one of the questions I think we all grapple with is who should be responsible for what. And if you can sort of break it down into technical standards, then it becomes easier to hold different organizations throughout the value chain accountable for different types of actions.
Thank you so much. And in about 20 minutes, we've made it from all the way from east to all the way to west. Julius Fogg, I think, would be proud. But let's go in the middle. We've seen two very different approaches from Korea and the United States. Our next speaker will offer yet another perspective, and this time from India. Ankit, how is the Indian copyright framework currently approaching AI-related questions, and where do you see the most significant pressure points emerging on your side of the globe?
Sure. Thank you, first of all, for the question. You know, I think it's important to understand what is India's starting point. We're dealing with the 1957 Copyright Act. It dates back to that generation with very few amendments over the course of time. The Act is essentially very author-centric, and it's technology agnostic. So the manner in which author has been defined is linked to the kind of works, but not the kind of technologies that have been used to create those works. So what happens as a result is there's a lot of friction when this legal system encounters questions with the advent of AI concerning AI-generated outputs, whether that's subject matter protection or not, with text in data mining or AI training, whether that amounts to infringement or not. And as a result, and before I come to the pressure points, you know, a few more peculiar features of the Indian copyright system that would be relevant for us to understand this better are as follows: that we obviously also, like the US and unlike the UK, although much of the legislation is very inspired by the UK Act, but unlike the UK, doesn't have an express call-out for text-to-data mining. And we don't follow, like the US, we don't follow a fair use system. We have something called fair dealing. And it's an exhaustive provision which contains a list of 27 exceptions. And good thing or bad thing, text and data mining doesn't expressly fit in any of the 27 exceptions which are there. With this, the third thing to take note of is the fact that Indian copyright law is very human effort centric. Therefore, there's a lot of emphasis on humans' contribution and how much is human contributed to. So we moved away from sweat of the brow to a modicum of creativity principle. So humans' contribution becomes very important. And there's a strong focus on moral rights. They've been made non-waivable, and they are author-centric, so that again links the human element back to it. In this context and in this background, there are 4 broad pressure points that I felt would be relevant to mention. The first is the most obvious question as to what happens with AI training, with text and data mining, how legal is it? And there is, as we speak, a major litigation going on the lines of litigation in other parts of the world, particularly Europe, US. It has been filed by a large news agency against OpenAI, and it's a sub judice matter. Unlike the Advocate General, I don't hold that kind of office or that authority. I'm a party, I'm representing a Federation of Publishers there, so I'm not at liberty to mention or express an opinion on what's going to happen. But what the court is examining there is a very interesting provision in the section that defines the scope of copyright in India. The language is as such, it says reproduction including storage. And much of the debate is around harmoniously interpreting, because on first glance, the words reproduction and storage are not synonymous with each other. So where arguments have been advanced, it has been suggested that storage needs to be seen if something is being stored with the objective of reproducing it later. The right holders are, of course, saying, regardless of whether it gets reproduced or it has been reproduced, if it's capable of reproducing it substantially, even if not verbatim, it is storage yet, and therefore it amounts to infringement. So that's the first pressure point that we're seeing. The second is on the issue of whether AI-generated output can be protected or not. We've had the Surius case, which I believe if there's some time left, we might talk about a bit later. But regardless, if not, India in the early internet era, the 1990s, the early 1990s, had a round of amendments that changed the definition of author. It wasn't quite a very substantial amendment, I must say, but it was substantial enough for the system to be changed and for the Copyright Office in India to actively receive and register applications concerning use of technology or computers. So because it was back in the 1990s, the word used is computer program. So what it says is, in case of computer-generated works, the author that causes the work to be generated can claim themselves to be the author of that work, thereby suggesting that such works are subject matter of protection under Indian copyright law. But this is yet to be tested in the context of AI, and what needs to be seen is whether there's sufficient human contribution in such works or not, and this becomes the second pressure point. The third pressure point is the issue of safe harbor and intermediaries. And it is yet undecided. In India, there's lack of, obviously, legislative clarity, as well as any judicial precedents that talk about whether AI programs would fall under the definition of intermediary or not. And if they do, there is, I'm afraid, a very onerous due diligence regime which intermediaries are required to undergo. There's also a mandatory takedown provision. In the latest set of amendments, just before I flew down from last week, there is a suggestion of imposing an additional obligation of watermarking, physical watermarking, not metadating, but physical watermarking of AI-generated works, which obligation has been put on the intermediaries again. So from the intermediaries perspective, if AI programs do get, AI service providers do get classified as intermediaries, they may allege over-regulation. From the right holders' perspective, it is lack of protection, and that's what the law is trying to balance, or should try to balance. The fourth pressure point is the fact that Indian courts are being faced with an increasing number of deepfake-related matters. So they're facing with enforcement of moral rights, of performers' rights, and more importantly, of personality rights, which so far remains uncodified in legislative form in India, and that's where much of the gray area lies, because anything to do with personality rights is judge-created, and there's no binding sort of precedent from the Supreme Court, the Federal Supreme Court of India, to that extent that sort of settles the position. So these are the four pressure points that exist. And my key takeaway from this would be that essentially, legal systems in the global south, including in India, you can't call them anti-innovation. They're basically not AI aware. And much of the pressure points are not a consequence of any express prohibition that exists in law, but it is more arising out of a lack of legislative clarity, and I think that's where the focus should be for the policy development.
Thank you so much for that whistle-stop tour and summary of all the pressure points. And I think, going back to the panel before, that is probably level one of the legal policy questions. Let me try and turn to level two. And really, where legal and policy gives the foundation, infrastructure is what's necessary so creators actually get paid. At the same time, we know that a lot of infrastructure in this space lags behind in the global south, and much of it is concentrated in the global north. To build a forward-looking copyright infrastructure for the AI era that means creators get paid everywhere, what elements do you see as essential?
I realize I'm out of time and Harry has signaled, so I'll try to summarize this in two key messages. I think what is important for the global south, considering countries like India, where we're looking at a 1.4 billion population, therefore 1.4 potential billion creators, as well as consumers, what is important is, you see, right holders cannot monetize what they cannot track. So while India, for instance, has had a completely digital copyright registry since many years, what it doesn't have is a digital registry or copyright registry having machine-readable rights. I think that's where much of the solution lies, at least from a rights holder perspective. So my two key messages on this point would be as follows. One, I think there should be a regulation that mandates introduction of transparent machine-readable copyright registry databases, which should include mandatory use of metadata, unified metadata standards, also machine-readable licensing information instructions to see if a particular data set is licensed or not, what are the terms in which the license has been given, what can be done, and if there's a right holder that can be compensated, or a collective rights management organization that can be compensated, and so on. And third, of course, is linking to that interoperability with collective rights management organizations. That's only possible if the registries themselves, the regulators, maintain this data in that form. The second message or essential element would be to suggest a regulation that mandates data provenance and provenance in audit trails. So for the AI developers to function and keep training their models on data, I think what is most essential is that they maintain verifiable, auditable trails of where they picked up data from and what were essentially the permissions surrounding that data. And for this, again, some kind of watermarking or cryptographic embedding into that data set is essential for one to be sure for enforcement, effective enforcement to take place, for also licensing to be efficiently put in place. And these are just two suggestions which I thought would be relevant for the second question that you asked.
Thank you so much. And Harry, I'm aware we would have lost the bet. We're late across the borderline. So with that, I just hope I have inspired all of us to further engage in cross-border and global dialogue. Because at the end of the day, creativity, copyright, and AI development do not stop at national borders. And with that, I would like to thank you very much for being part of this panel discussion.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm waiting now. Waiting. Waiting. Waiting.
Guys!
Oh!
Move, move! Quickly, quickly, quickly! We are losing light! Quickly, quickly! Come on the scene! Quickly, quickly! Come on! Come. Yes, yes! Oh!
Are you sure at the right place?
Yes, the light is just perfect, and you guys, you don't mind us. We are just quickly shooting a scene of my new movie, right? So come on, quickly.
Love in the Time of Copyright, scene 11, take 152.
Action.
I want you to tell me the truth.
The truth? You can't handle the truth.
Oh, I love this passion.
Sorry. You cannot use that line. It's protected by copyright, no permission.
Oh.
It's from the good man.
Fine.
A few good men.
Fine. You can't handle the legally obtainable facts.
Tell me the legally obtainable facts.
Well, I just wanted to say, I will always love you.
Oh, that's so beautiful. But let's do it again. And this time, you sing it.
No. Excuse me. No.
What?
Don't use that. Don't use that lyric from Dolly Parton,
one line.
Whitney Houston.
One line.
No permission.
Okay. Rewrite it.
I will always have deep feeling, appreciation, and admiration for you.
Oh.
I'm flying.
Lovely.
Whoa, no. Titanic. No.
Again? Seriously? Oh. Okay, guys. Scene 17. You are separated. And you say something really, really powerful.
Loving the time of copyright. Scene 17, take 1.
Action.
May the fourth.
No, definitely not. No. That's from Star Wars. Don't mess with Disney.
Ooh. Right.
Come on.
Is there anything safe to say anymore?
Well, why don't you write something yourself?
Oh, you're looking for miracles.
I'm out of here.
Write it myself? My career is ruined. Write it myself. No.
Are we going to go on or not?
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
Whoa, that's from Gone with the Wind. Now that is in the public domain. That you may use.
What? Yes? No? I don't understand anything anymore. Maybe some of you guys could please explain me this copyright stuff over a coffee?
Ha! That is the first original idea I hear from you today. So why don't we all go for a coffee?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Well done. That was really good.
We are B-Movies, the theater group of the EUIPO. And please, when you go out now for a coffee, don't forget to visit the creative market
I
and
love
the
the
exposition.
speech. Really.
Thank you.
Really, I was just like you.
Like it?
Recording in progress.
Okay. Can we all take our seats, please? So we start with the last two panels. All right. Thank you. Please. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello back. This next session will be on piracy. And I immediately give the floor to the moderator, which is Emmanuel Duchalard, who is the head of the copyright unit in DG Connect. Emmanuel.
Thank you, Harry, and good afternoon, everyone. In this new panel, we will explore how copyright enforcement is adapting to a complex and fast-moving digital landscape. And we will try to give you some example of how copyright enforcement works in practice. So what does it mean for the right holders to enforce their right in a world where piracy takes multiple forms, and what it means also for the online intermediaries to contribute to the fight against piracy. So for this, I have the chance to have speakers that will give a great insight on the matter, and I will introduce them very briefly. We have Alex de Jode, who is the responsible for legal, regulatory, and compliance at Amsterdam Internet Exchange. And he's also a board member of EUIPO, which is the European Association of Internet Service Providers. Welcome. We have Elena Blobel, who is the Director of Global Litigation at IFPI, representing the recording industry worldwide. Welcome, Elena. And we have Katarzyna Gorgol-Meder, who works as the Regulatory Counsel at the International Olympic Committee, particularly on IP matters and on the fight against piracy. Welcome, Kasia. So our discussion will focus on how online piracy threatens the competitiveness of the creative and sports industry, and what are the solutions that are being implemented, and what are the remaining challenges. And I'm sure you are aware that now there are many forms that the pirates are using in order to get access and to distribute copyright-protected content illegally. It's not only pirated websites, but we have seen in the recent years also the development of new tools and technology which contribute to increase online piracy, for example, with illegal apps, illegal IPTV, and stream ripping. In the EU, of course, we have a solid enforcement framework with Enforcement Directive, the DSA, and this allows the right holders to take action when they identify illegal content, so they can send notices to the hosting service providers to ask for the removal of the content, or they can also apply for injunction in order to block the websites which give access to such illegal content. At the Commission, we have focused our work in the last 2 years on the piracy of live events. And as you know, yesterday we have published our assessment of the recommendation that was adopted in 2023 on fostering efforts to fight piracy of live events. And I must say that all the monitoring exercise that we have done in the last 2 years, with the help of the EUIPO Observatory of IPR infringement, and also with the involvement of many stakeholders and member states, has been extremely useful to really understand and to understand the problem, the challenges, and to gather evidence not only on the use of the remedies, but also on their effectiveness, and sometimes their limited effectiveness, as we have explained in our assessment. So now let's start the discussion, and I would like to ask the panelists to describe in very concrete terms the action that they are taken in order to fight online piracy, taking a broad perspective. So not only piracy of live content, but piracy of music content, in the case of Elena, piracy of sport content. So Elena, please.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel, and thanks for the invitation. Yes, I wanted to start quickly to reflect on where we are in terms of music piracy these days. Obviously, the landscape has changed with AI, and new forms of piracy, which I would like to refer to as streaming manipulation or streaming fraud. I will touch base, I will talk about this briefly, hopefully if we have time. But we still have traditional forms of piracy, cyberlockers, BitTorrent, other P2P services, and stream ripping services, which are a particular concern for music. Stream ripping services allow users to download everything from licensed services, in particular YouTube, which is the primary target for this because of the great quality of content that YouTube offers to the public. Stream ripping has also now become a huge problem in the context of AI, because what we see in reality is where do users find, or where do AI developers find the best and the high quality content? Online, YouTube is the main source. How do you get it? You rip it in circumvention of technical protection measures which have been implemented by the rights holders to prevent these actions, but it's happening anyways. The additional concerns we have from the music side is pre-release piracy, and this connects nicely to the live content piracy discussion that we have had in the past. Pre-release piracy is super, super harmful for the artist. It can completely mess up the entire release schedule, which the label has built up to launch a new recording, and needs to be tackled very, very, very quickly. Again, AI has made this more severe right now because we see lots of fake releases now by popular artists. So users claiming that Taylor Swift has released a new album, but in fact it's just an AI-generated track with Taylor Swift's voice and not a true pre-release content. So new challenges. To conclude this topic, mobile piracy, also a problem. We try to use the DSA. We are grateful for that. Let's hope it works. I think we still see issues with the application, in particular when it comes to the big mobile app stores from the US as well. And then physical piracy is a problem because vinyl is back. If you have not yet realized this, people buy vinyls, but that also means they buy fake vinyls and high quality counterfeit vinyls as well. So, and there we get to the responsibility of online marketplaces where these products can be bought. One point on AI, this is obviously a main concern for the rights holders, for the music rights holders as well. And I found in the discussion that we had earlier today, one point was missing. I think in order to enable licensing, which the music rights holders have done and have started, we see a lot of deals right now that have already been made, but they are only possible if we are put in a better starting position, which means we need transparency on what they have trained. We don't have the transparency right now. At IFPI, we track, I think, 1,000 services, AI services from around the globe, which produce great music. One service has disclosed the training data, one. You can't start any licensing discussions without knowing that on what they have trained. So that's just a point that I wanted to make. How do we tackle all this? We use the great existing framework that we have in the EU. We take direct actions, website blocking actions, etc. But we still face the same issues, which we have also pointed out in the past in terms of direct actions. Often we don't know where the infringers are. Some intermediaries don't do great KYBC, so they can't help us to identify the real offenders. So there we have great hopes on a correct implementation of NIS 2 and also the DSA elements of it to make sure that this improves the situation. On blocking, super important remedy. Still, we have evidence that it can not only stop piracy, but it can also drive users to legal services, to legitimate consumptions. So we need to continue these actions. But they are not in all countries scalable, and they don't work everywhere as they should, as has the Commission now also pointed out in the publication that came out yesterday. So I think we need to continue the discussion on how to make the existing framework, in particular at national level, very, very effective and workable. So we hope to continue the cooperation discussion on that.
Thank you, Elena. Kasia, would you have the same tools to describe a bit the action that the International Olympic Committee is taking in order to protect the content and fight piracy? How would you describe the anti-piracy action?
Yes, thank you, Emmanuel, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation of the IOC to this panel. And before I go to the core of your question, I would like to maybe a little bit introduce the subject, why piracy is an important problem for a sport organization, because perhaps it's not obvious for everyone. But the IOC is, of course, known for organizing and ensuring regular celebration of the Olympic Games. And we are a privately funded organization. 60% of our revenues come from the sale of media rights. And 90% of these revenues are redistributed to the sport movement to support national Olympic committees, international federations, obviously athletes through different support programs. So by threatening a major part of our revenue, piracy for us and for many other sport organizations has broader consequences. So what do we do about it? First of all, we have an all-year-long program of monitoring what is happening on the internet, that is on both on online platforms, on social media, and on open web. And we work with technical service providers who do it for us. And then, of course, during the Olympic Games, everything intensifies. This is where pirates target our content the most. So, for example, for Paris 2024, we have been extensively engaging in collaboration with public authorities to raise awareness, to inform them about our anti-piracy program, and to encourage them to cooperate with us. And the EUIPO has also been involved in this work, and we thank you very much for your support and for bringing all authorities from the EU together here in Alicante in January 2021, which was of extreme support and help for us. Of course, we work with authorities in the host territory, and in France, ARCOM, we took advantage of the system that they have there, and I'm going to speak about it later. We also enter into cooperation agreements with those who want to cooperate with us, and these are mainly online platforms to ensure that the content is removed really quickly and that we can take advantage of the automated tools that they propose. Yes, and this time, for the first time, maybe we are not very innovative on this aspect, but the Olympic Games Paris 2024 was the first time that we took advantage of the dynamic injunction. This is because under the French system, this is enabled through the Code du Sport. Therefore, we had this enhanced protection, and the ISPs were blocking illegal content that was available in France. Of course, with the limitations, territorial limitations that exist, unfortunately, but it helped us create a stronger protection in the host territory. And for Milano Cortina Games, we of course put in place similar cooperation and protection measures. We are going to work in the context of Piracy Shield in Italy. And we are of course working with trusted flaggers to ensure that the content that is blocked or removed is really illegal content.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming now to the perspective of intermediaries, Alex, how would you describe the action that are requested to hosting service providers or to ISP, and what are the challenges in this context?
Yeah, I think it's important to understand that there are platforms like Facebook. They host their own content, and they can basically very easily remove content. If you have a normal hoster, an intermediary, they host the content of a third party. They have no idea what this party is hosting. They have no idea if this party is infringing. Under the DSA, it's impossible to do, under the DSA, it's not necessary to do monitoring. And under the GDPR, it's sometimes impossible to do actual monitoring of the stream because there can be privacy implications. So hosting companies are very reliant on third parties sending notices that something is happening within their own networks. Sometimes I understood from the rights holders it's very difficult to find which party is actually hosting the content, because pirates basically can have their own IP addresses, they can have their own uplinks to the internet. That means that the organization that is selling the servers to the pirates isn't aware about the content, it isn't aware about the IP addresses used. So we need to have a a cooperation with rights holders, that we get information about what our clients are doing. We need to be able to verify this information. And once we verify this information, we need to find tools to make sure that we can block or remove the access for these organizations. One of the issues is that games mainly take place in the weekend or in the evenings. The staff at the ISP, they work from 9 till 5. So if you send a message, abuse, after 7, something is happening, that's an issue. So some of our customers basically, they decided we're going to give some organizations access to some of the infrastructure. You need to build trust. And then if you see that a stream is happening, there is a tool that can send an automatic message to the customer who is infringing, or maybe a customer of a customer who is infringing. And if there isn't a response within a certain time, you can basically disable this IP address. But in order to do this, you need to know the other party, you need to have good agreements on who is liable if something goes wrong, because you basically give them access to everything. And once that works, you will see that piracy doesn't stop, but it migrates somewhere else. So it's basically a game of whack-a-mole. What we can do is try to get rid of it in the EU, but I don't think we will ever be able to get rid of it totally.
So listening to you, I have the impression that this is, a very tedious process, both on the side of the right holders and on the side of the intermediaries. And in this discussion about, digital and AI, the question that comes to mind, I think, is, how new technologies, digital tools, including AI, could help not only, to detect piracy, to identify the source of piracy, but also to improve compliance. So I would like to have the views of the different panelists also on this question of the role of technology to support enforcement and compliance, but also maybe on how technology and AI is used by the pirates in order to circumvent the possible remedies and enforcement measures. Kasia, do you want to start on this one?
Yes. But before I go to technology, I was really inspired by your remark about the 9-to-5 business of certain intermediaries. I think that in the 21st century, on the internet, one might think that a diligent operator is someone who also works outside these business hours. Okay, that's a side remark. I would also like to maybe just give some perspective on the notice, how the notice system works in our case, because we have shared quite interesting data with the EUIPO in the context of the monitoring of the recommendation. And as you intuitively might guess, for sport organizations, the key aspect of our content is the live nature of the content. Once the live transmission is over, very few people will be interested in it. So our ask and our needs are really to be able to remove this content quickly. What happens today, we have checked what is the average time response to our notices when we were providing data to EUIPO. And guess what's the percentage of the notices that get responded within 30 minutes? Out of 100%. It's 5%. So there is clearly room for improvement. And moving to technology, can technology make it faster? I'm not sure. I think that there is still a lot of goodwill and issues related to business model of some of intermediaries that are involved. But we, of course, use AI, not we as IOC, but our technical service providers in a limited manner, for example, to do some monitoring or to do reporting or analyze data. We also have to be mindful that AI has some limitations. For example, in certain cases, when we, before submitting a notice, we have to have it manually reviewed to be sure that the content is ours and is protected. Of course, fingerprinting technologies, it's not anymore a new topic. I think everybody is relying on fingerprinting technologies on the right holder's side. And these are very helpful and used systematically. What we observe, however, that with the growth of different platforms and the fact that they are popping up quite regularly. The social media platforms and online platforms are still used to disseminate at large scale. It's also a technological thing. They allow large audiences to get access to pirated content through various groups, through various links, etc. That can really spread very fast on those platforms.
Thank you. Elena, you already mentioned a bit the role of AI and also the question linked to streaming manipulation. Do you want to further elaborate on this, also to explain how you are using technology and also addressing the challenges of new forms of piracy?
Yeah. Thank you, Emmanuel. But quickly coming back to the 9 to 5 argument, that was really not convincing, Alex. And for the record, we work around the clock to tackle the dissemination of illegal content online, and I think intermediaries should do it too. It's a business decision not to do it, and it's wrong. I think, sorry, that was just a quick side note.
I will respond later.
Yeah, you can respond when you can speak. But quickly. Just very quickly on the question on AI, yes, we use the AI in, like everyone uses AI to make our processes more efficient, to identify and more accurately identify content, to notify it faster. We expect also a fast response on the other side, obviously. But AI has also changed and developed or brought us other forms of piracy, which are quite worrying, and I wanted to address this briefly because it's one of the biggest concerns that we have right now in the music industry. So that concerns the topic of streaming manipulation or streaming fraud, which means that bad actors out there create music and upload it on music services, Spotify, YouTube, SoundCloud, Deezer, you name it. And then subsequently, they go to so-called streaming manipulation sites. These are websites where you can buy any social interaction. You can buy likes, followers, friends, and also Spotify streams or other music streams. These streams are done by using bot farms, also hacked accounts, maybe also from some of you here in the room whose accounts might be hacked. And if undetected, they result then in this bad actor being paid out royalties from the music services as a result of these fake streams, which is obviously wrong. And what happens in terms for the genuine artists and the other creators is that their share of revenue, their pie of revenue is being reduced because this money goes to bad actors. So the problem is AI has supercharged that problem because, as you know, everyone can create music in seconds, within a few clicks. And this music is coming onto DSPs. Deezer recently released a study saying that today, 34% of music uploaded daily is AI generated. So, but now the concerning stat is 70% of this music is manipulated. So it's not uploaded for us to listen to it, some 30%, but 70% is just uploaded to purely to generate money, to use the music services like cash machines. They do their job in trying to detect it, but more needs to be done. How do we tackle it? So clearly this is fraud, and it should be fraud in most jurisdictions here in the EU and in other countries. We have good court decisions confirming this from Germany, France, Canada, Brazil, Denmark, and there's also a big case pending in the US right now. We hope that we can use the DSA also to raise awareness for this issue. In our view, this should be considered a systemic risk, which very large online platforms and very large online search engines need to take into consideration, and they need to think about mitigation measures. At this stage, this is not happening in our view. And yes, we use the normal civil tools, civil procedure tools that we have now tested in the piracy context. But again, we face the same challenges that we have anonymity, we have intermediaries not checking who the customers are, and it's hard to chase to get down to the real offenders. So yeah, I wanted to share this because it's one of the biggest issues apart from AI right now.
Thank you. Maybe just to better understand this, do you think that streaming manipulation is the kind of main threat for the music sector now, beyond the traditional forms of piracy? As such, it's not piracy, but
Yeah, I think we just don't know exactly what the scale is, right? But the scale could be huge. France did a very good study, the Conseil National de la Musique, in 23 or 22, estimating that 1 to 3% of the streams are manipulated on Spotify, on other music platforms. I think it's more now. And this is money going into hands of people who are not creators. And those who are, investing time and efforts in their creations, in music, they don't get that money. So I think the financial impact is huge.
Thank you. Alex, first, before going to the question of technologies, your droit de réponse on the,
the 9 to 5.
The possibility to work around the clock.
Yeah, I think it's important to understand that most hosting companies are small and medium-sized enterprises, between 3 and 5 employees, including the owner. I don't think it's realistic to expect them to be available 24/7. Doing abuse, assessing notices, not everybody is able to do this. So I think for the larger hosting companies who have a 24/7 support system, yes, I agree. I mean, that's what my previous company also did. But the smaller ones, no, that's not going to happen. As an employer, you have employment laws, so you cannot ask your employees to work more than 40 or whatever is the amount of hours in a week. If the business only makes it feasible to have 2 or 3 employees, yeah, how do you cover 24/7? So yes, I understand what you're saying. I agree if you have a larger organization, and well, the Olympic Committee is a $1 billion company, so they can do 24/7. The record companies also are major organizations. They can pay a lot of money for companies to search on the internet for infringing. That can be done 24/7, but for a small and medium-sized enterprise, it's impossible to be available 24/7.
Now coming to, even how these small companies can use better tool in order to be more reactive to the request of right holders to remove illegal content.
Yes, so what we saw is that some of these smaller companies, because they didn't have the 9 till 5 availability, they basically gave some enforcement agencies, like Friends Media, access to a tool where they can basically block IP addresses. So then the SME is not available 24/7. Enforcement can take place, and the next day during business hours you can basically assess, was this a correctly done takedown? Yes, great. We leave the tool open for this organization, and basically everybody's happy. If we see that this tool is being abused by overblocking or doing other stuff, yeah, you can disable access to the tool. So technology, yes, it's available. I think we can solve this only by using technology. But because shutting down a client has legal implications, you cannot fully 100% rely on a tool. There needs to be a human making a assessment. Yeah. I think AI, yeah, it's going to be great, it's going to be big, but now it's not yet reliable enough to make sure that it can take decisions that have a big financial impact for certain companies.
Yeah, but then is there something that can be done to foster the cooperation between the side of the intermediaries and the side of the right holders, which in your experience are also very different worlds? So how would you view the future of this cooperation?
Yeah, I mean, I work for the Amsterdam Internet Exchange. I'm a board member of the European Internet Service Providers organizations. So my world is the internet world. Yesterday, I was at the copyright world. We saw a lot of presentations with IP, intellectual property, but in my world it means IP address. Internet protocol, IP address, IP range. So even if we utter the same words, they can have a different meaning. And I think we need to bridge these worlds. We're willing to work together. I think there are some other organizations here in the room that can testify to this. But there needs to be a mechanism that can bridge this, that can do the translation, and that can basically help in building trust. Because in the end, it's only trust that will make it possible that you have access to a system and that you can disable streams. And I think the Knowledge Center is a perfect mechanism to basically build that bridge and do the translation. And also make sure that if we say, 9 to 5, that we're also accept that for a small and medium-sized organization, 9 to 5 is the reality.
Thank you. Kasia, in your view, to what extent a closer collaboration with intermediaries could help contributing to addressing the problem of piracy? If you have also, example of such cooperation that you could share, but also maybe pointing out to the limits of such voluntary cooperation.
Thank you. Before I go to the cooperation, I would again like to respond to the argument about SMEs. So there are many SMEs that are involved in the organization of the Olympic Games, directly or indirectly, content creators, all these craftsmen, people who provide different services to the Olympic Games in the host territory. I don't think they always work from 9 to 5, and I think that they are also indirectly affected by SMEs in other sectors. However, on cooperation, on a positive note. So we cooperate with through various associations. For example, when we had the Olympic Games in France, we joined the APPS association, which is very active on piracy matters. We also work at European level, although we are not a member of STROC, we work very closely with STROC. And here I would like to also bring an interesting analysis that STROC did in terms of where hosting providers are located, because we often hear this argument that it's very difficult to act against pirates or activate hosting providers who are outside the EU. But through the research of STROC, we know that the infrastructure, very often, that is used to host the content will be actually in the EU and in some of the EU member states. So I encourage also the European Commission to research this topic further because it's a promising avenue. On cooperation, still we have various cooperation agreements with online platforms, as mentioned. We are also very much open and interested in cooperating with other intermediaries. And our asks are very, very basic for this cooperation. Please be responsive to our notices. I mentioned the 5% figure. Please acknowledge the receipt and act upon it. The limits to voluntary cooperation, of course, taking action creates costs on the side of intermediaries and hosting providers, and we are aware of that. And we think that public authorities, this is typically a case where public authorities can step in and give incentives to this cooperation through legislation on piracy of live sport events, as we have been calling in our responses to various calls for evidence and consultations.
Thank you. Elena, do you have also experience of good cooperation in the action that you are taking to enforce your rights? And in your view, what is missing also to make it, fully effective?
Absolutely, but I think what preceded the voluntary cooperation was legislation, a court case, and then the parties started to discuss how can we avoid this going forward. So I think the legislation is the backbone of any voluntary agreement still, unfortunately, because otherwise the parties will not come to the table. We have that in the EU, I think, so we can work on it. I think the area where we see most cooperation is in the area of website blocking, where we have a lot of voluntary agreements in many member states, and their blocking can make really a big impact. But we don't have that in all member states. We are right now still in court in 2 EU member states where the ISP on the other side is challenging our argument that the Pirate Bay, a website which has been known for 20 years as being a pirate site, is infringing. So, and this can't be right. So we are still working with experts to get evidence and proving that the Pirate Bay is really still an infringing website. And there I miss the trust on the side of the ISP in terms of these pieces of facts. There it's highly inefficient, and we are almost, misusing the court system, and it's hard to understand why we can't find a voluntary agreement. So I think Website blogging is a very good area, and in general, I agree, we need to talk more. I think this platform is super helpful as well. Always happy to exchange views. And you have invited us to your offices. I think you can also come to our offices and see how people work there around the clock, but I don't want to labor on that point again. And I think trust cooperation is good, but we do need the legislation just as the incentive to facilitate these discussions.
Thank you. Alex, you wanted to reply to some comments, but let's try to keep the focus on, action against piracy.
Yeah, but I think it's important to understand that a ISP gets lots of notices. There is a lot of content on the internet that people have an issue with. Some of the content they have a legal issue with. Otherwise, they have a moral issue with some of the content. So you have to understand that for an ISP, copyright is just one problem. And that makes it a difference. You basically want them to throw everything aside and go fully on the copyright thing. Some would like to do that if they have an incentive to do this. But for most, it's just another problem. If it comes, we'll solve it. Yeah, if you open your mailbox on Monday, the game is over. You've done your expeditiously thing, but it hasn't helped the IOC or any other game that has been streamed. How can we solve this? Yeah, that is something I would like to discuss, but we can only solve this if there in the end is trust between what we say we can do and well, that's something we need to work on in the coming years.
But then there's the legal obligation in the DSA which says you need to take it down expeditiously, and then there are complaints and redress mechanisms subsequently.
Exactly.
But I think there is no way in avoiding taking down expeditiously.
But what is expeditiously?
Fast. As soon as possible.
So
it's a legal...
So
$1 million question.
Yeah, but if the person starts at 9 and basically they respond to your email 9:05, that's expeditiously. Can you expect a hoster to be 24/7 available?
Yes, I think
you
so.
Say yes.
I think so, yes. I think we're back to the argument of diligence, which is maybe a philosophical question to be discussed further at a more technical level. What does it mean to be diligent?
Beyond the technical, I think the Commission now also acknowledged that, all this, the assessment that we have made showed that there is a limited effectiveness of the recommendation and that we can explore further measures. Of course, we can consider legislative measures, but there is also this question of trust, which is probably underlying any regulatory efforts that the EU can introduce. But if we, just to wrap up a bit this discussion, if we imagine ourselves, in 2 years in the same conference, because I think all of us were 2 years ago in the conference that the EUIPO organized on fighting piracy of live events. So, what could we wish for all of us to have made, some progress in this discussion and to have more trust in order to be more effective in tackling piracy? Elena?
Continue the discussion. And I think, unfortunately, I'm the director of litigation. Obviously, I'm not afraid of litigation. So if worst case comes, I'm happy. I think there will still be, unfortunately, the need to go to court to clarify and further interpret the law, and then resume the discussion.
Kasia?
Thank you. From our perspective, of course, discussion is always very welcome, and also at technical level, because this gets very concrete, and maybe this is also where solution can be found to at least some of the issues. However, we also join other sports right holders in a call for something more than a discussion. That is, in 2 years' time, hopefully we could have a legislative proposal on this matter. That is in the process of being further discussed and made better and to the satisfaction of all stakeholders around the table when it comes to live event piracy.
Alex, would you see additional rules as something that the online internet world could work with?
No, I think we just started with the DSA. The Netherlands only appointed trusted flaggers some months ago. The Netherlands, I think, is a big piracy market, so I would want to see how this basically helps fighting piracy now that the DSA is there. I think there are tools within the DSA to make it, well, harder for pirates to conduct their business within the EU. And we need to basically have the conversations and see if we can find a silver or maybe a bronze bullet to kill off this beast.
Yeah. Thank you. I think you've shared quite useful insight, not only consensual, but this illustrates also the complexity of addressing these problems, which require, I think, huge efforts on both sides. And as you know, the European Commission, of course, we will take further action in order to stimulate and to encourage, this continuous conversation between the two sides to make sure that, we identify solutions which can be effective for live content, but, possibly also for other types of content where piracy is also a big threat to the sustainability of the sectors like the music sector. And I really hope that we can find, pragmatic solution that will not require years of negotiation, but could result, in practical tools for all the market players involved. So thanks to all for your insight, and I come back to the master of the ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And what you could not see, there were still 20 seconds left. Right?
Wow.
So this is a great panel. It was a great panel anyway, but that is cool. Okay. Now we move to the last session of this conference, and that will be on the future. It will be on the new generation of creators, and I'll ask the moderator to come forward already, and possibly at the same time the whole panel. Your moderator will be Peter Labodi, who is the Vice President of the Hungarian IP office responsible for legal and international affairs. Peter.
Thank you very much, Harry, and it is a privilege to be here. I'm very happy. I have to say, we got to this last panel, so I take the liberty to praise the organizers, Harry, Veronique, Andrea, and the whole crew at the EUIPO. I think this is a great event, well organized, and we have lots of insights here. Being me the last moderator, I hope I will not mess this up now at this moment, and will complement what has been done by the others. I think what is quite clear, based on the discussions we had yesterday and today, that we are navigating in a very complex environment if we are talking about the creative ecosystem and copyright as such in this area. There are many stakeholders here, many interests, policy approaches, but yet it is a very colorful IP title that we are dealing with. I think it also very much dependent on technology, as we all heard about it. It used to be with internet. Now maybe that's a bit behind us, but as we heard about enforcement in the digital age, we are still struggling with some questions there. But artificial intelligence has really kicked the doors on policymakers and everyone in this area. So I think it is totally legitimate to feel a bit lost and insecure in these circumstances now, talking about right holders, policymakers, or all who are active in this field. But above all, creators and the next generation of creators, they might have also this kind of insecurity, whether is it wise for them to dedicate their lives on creation, on creativity for the benefit of us all. And exactly for this is this panel gathered now here, in order to provide some kind of positive messages, some examples that we can rely on, and maybe see the light in the tunnel, the end of the tunnel, and hope that is not the train coming. So the parties who will be here today, I will now introduce to you, and we will jump into the discussions at the first moment afterwards. So first we have here Dominique Leclerc, sitting there, who is the General Secretary of the International Federation of Actors, and that is a global trade union federation representing actors and performers in more than 60 countries. So welcome, Dominique. Then I'm very happy to have Cécile here, Cécile Wagner-Falkenström, who is an artist utilizing artificial intelligence machine learning, LLMs, GPT since 2016, and is the founder of the open source LLM Inference Engine, Nobody Who, and director of Artificial Mind. Thanks. Then Niklas Molinder is also with us. He's a songwriter, producer, music publisher, and engineer, and the founder of Creators Learn Intellectual Property, as we heard, CLIP. And also, it is, of course, a global project run by WIPO, and its aim is to raise awareness in the music industry. So welcome, Niklas.
Thank you.
And of course, last but not least, we also have Iban Garcia del Blanco, a former MEP with us, and an international affairs director at Lasker, working on EU affairs related to AI and copyright. So therefore, he has also been deeply involved in negotiations on the EU AI Act. So welcome you all, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. And jumping already to the discussion, I will turn to Dominic, being, as you heard, a representative of actors worldwide, basically. And we heard even yesterday the Minister of Denmark that deepfake video that was shown already indicated that this is something really affecting actors globally, the phenomenon of AI and of generative AI. So first, I would like to ask you, could you dig a bit deeper on what is at stake now, what is going on, what fears you have, what challenges you have to face?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter, and good afternoon, everyone, including everyone that's following us online. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's great to be part of this conversation. I wish we could have had this conversation up front, but because it's a very important matter, but I'm sure you've all realized the implications for the performer community with respect to deepfakes, digital replicas, digital clones, as you've seen this, telltale example right up at the beginning of the conference. So deepfakes are very realistic representations of someone's voice, image, and likeness, and they're often exploited in ways that those individuals have not, and probably, in many cases, would never have authorized. And they are so realistic that they can easily trick people into thinking that what they are actually looking at, what they are listening at, is true, is real. And performers, as you understand, are the visible tip of the iceberg because of their the media visibility, they're very mediatic, and it's a matter of serious concern to them because they are still predominantly targeted and impersonated without their knowledge and without their consent on hyper-exposed content that can cause them serious emotional, financial, and also reputational damage. Not to speak about the consequences that the cloning of their voice and the cloning of their image and likeness may have on future job opportunities. So there's a lot at stake for the performer community. If you think about it, if any one of you has a computer, a laptop, or whatever, and it can be stolen at any given time, with a bit of luck, you'll have safeguarded your information somewhere in the cloud. You have, and you may be able to purchase a new equipment and get on with your work. But for performers rely on their voice. Performers rely on their image and their likeness to make a living. That's all they have. And if that is taken away from that, if that biometric identity is taken away from them, it's pretty hard for them to take it back. And it can be used in ways that can destroy their reputations and can really cause substantial damage and harm. And I'm talking about, this is about also looking at future generations. Well, imagine a performer that's just about to start, and it's made to sign away all their rights on their image, on their voice, on their visual expressions. The future might look a little bleak for them. But I don't want to make these a special case for performers. I think what we are facing now is something that is becoming a bit of a societal issue. It's not just the performers; it's everyone, from the late Pope to heads of governments, politicians, down to the neighbor next door to your house, or even someone from your family, whose identity may be stolen and may be used for purposes of fraud on a mass scale. And so it's not just, let's not only see it as an issue for the performance. It's much larger than that. And in an ideal world, I think one would expect deepfakes to be addressed by a clear set of rules, granted on informed consent, control, and compensation. But unfortunately, that is not the case. And at present, making sense, and let alone making practical use of the acquis, is really complex, resource demanding, and highly unpredictable for anyone wishing to avail themselves of those tools. And we've been talking a lot about copyright. Now, if we look at the copyright acquis and what is there that may be useful, well, there's not much, to be honest, because to the extent, for instance, that a deepfake may be considered to be a reproduction of protected content or expressive content, this might constitute a copyright or a neighboring rights violation. However, in our case, from a performer perspective, it's the company most of the time to which we transfer those rights that will need to take action, and not the performers, unless they might be able, in some cases, to throw in a case based on moral rights, but moral rights, as we know very well, are not harmonized at European level. And even for a company, the burden of proof can be extremely challenging and does not guarantee immediate takedowns. Liability remains very fishy. And all of this is making the outcomes of any litigation quite uncertain. So, and just to conclude, this is based on copyright, but let's not forget, a lot of deepfakes are based on content that is not copyright protected, either because it's in the public domain or simply because of the narrow construction of copyright neighboring laws at national level, or of course also personal data, which is available freely on the
Thank
internet.
you, Dominic. Yeah, I think we can understand that the challenge is big. A lot has to be done, but as we promised, we will be positive in this panel. So I will also provide you the opportunity to say, what do you see? Do you see like practical examples that could help you, or police interventions that could help us feel a little better in these terms?
I will try to be optimistic. I'll do my best. But some of the information that we're getting, like with deepfake production growing at 900% annually, are quite frightening. But I'll try to be positive. I think I'll focus on two things. One is we need better contracts. Okay. Now, we heard yesterday from Natalie, I hope she's still here, it's very difficult for individual performers to negotiate good contracts, which is why we need also good collective contracts, collective agreements. And you're probably all aware, you've seen it was on all media, excuse me, the 2023 SAG-AFTRA strike. It was a 4-month strike. The purpose of that strike was precisely to obtain a good contract, and specifically new and groundbreaking provisions on AI. And that's one of the kind of things that we definitely need. And there are still some obstacles towards collective representation in our sector due to the fact that our members mostly work as independent contractors. And so, collective representation is not fully accessible to them. The other important thing where I think that could provide an answer is policy. And here I would like to briefly mention and recommend the ratification of the Beijing Treaty by the European Union. It's somehow been lost somewhere behind the scenes. I think it's very important that we continue to do that, because it's about extending protection also for European performances in other countries that have ratified the treaty, and moral rights harmonization. But also we're looking very interestingly at some developments, like in Denmark, for instance, or like in the US, where policymakers from all fronts, from right to the left, are looking into introducing a new property right, granting people ownership about their voice, their identity, their biometric identity, their face and likeness, creating a legal basis for them to demand removal of deepfakes, unauthorized deepfakes, impersonations from the platform, and also seek compensation and damages in civil courts. So I think that's something that we'd really like to encourage. I'd like to also mention the fact that the deepfakes Federal law, which is being discussed in the US, is a bipartisan piece of legislation. It's supported by all the stakeholders. It's supported by the AI companies. So if it's possible to have all these people agreeing on this principle, on this right over there, wouldn't it be possible to have it over here as well? And I think that's what we need, because, of course, that only makes sense if it's similar protections are extended to performers and each and every individual on a global scale. Thank you.
Thanks, Dominic. You managed to be positive there, so thanks for that. And it will be good to follow up on these actions. And now I'm turning to Cecily, who is a living example of using artificial intelligence in terms of creativity and breaking the boundaries of creativity that we used to have. Please tell us about how you utilize these tools and how you see the future in these terms.
Thank you so much. So hello everybody, I'm Cecilie from Copenhagen, and I'm extremely excited to be here today with all of you. Looking forward to also talk to you at lunch. Yeah, I'm an artist working with AI or machine learning, LLM, GPT technologies. And I've been working with these technologies all the way back since 2016. So before AI was really, a thing, at least generative AI was a thing. I'm creating these large-scale interactive artworks. So you have to envision you go into, for example, a large museum. There's a room, and in the room, there's maybe a voice talking to you, and whatever you do can influence what's happening in the room. And the generative technology can also influence maybe your reflection upon yourself and become this mirror where you maybe have to think about your own engagement with these technologies from a new perspective. So you can say that I work with AI machine learning from two different angles. So from the first angle, AI is the subject matter I investigate through my artworks. So many of my artworks engage with questions around data harvest, the human labor practices, data workers working behind the machines. What happens when a technology becomes humanized? What are the seductive or manipulative qualities that this technology enables, etc. So a lot of questions around how our human relationship to the technology and to each other mediated through this technology is changing. And then, of course, I also use AI or machine learning as the media through which I bring forth my artistic creation. So in my studio, I employ a range of software engineers, data scientists who are working with me in my artistic practice, where we're, building models, sampling data sets, training models, fine-tuning, etc. And I also work a lot with researchers and with their data sets, because obviously when you are an artist working with building and training AI, you need vast amounts of data. So to be able to get the data in a good way, I often work with researchers' data set that they then offer me to use, and then of course also a lot of open source, both tech stack and data sets. So coming into where is this going? What does the future hold? And maybe also, a positive angle of how, a small artistic practice can maybe also change the way we think about ourselves and maybe our limitations in this field, because I think many of us, including myself, maybe often feel a little oh, what should we do? The States and China, they're so ahead and they have so much money to pour into this field. And how can we, in a way, from a European perspective, and of course also on a personal perspective, what can we do? How can we, be part of this, the future that's evolving? So what, of course, occurred to me early on in my artistic practice is that, when you're an artist, you have extremely limited resources. So, and since I'm building the models and training the models myself together with my team, we need to be able to train, and we cannot afford to train a big GPT or LLM model. So we have always been really, you can say, forced to, for economic reasons, but of course also data security reasons, to be really good at training really small models locally on our own GPUs. And I think this is something that is becoming more and more vital, and also where we will see the future moving forward. Because, of course, what we're discussing a lot now is how kind of like, of course, big tech, they have almost exclusivity on training models because you need big compute powers to be able to train the models. And then also the whole thing about that then it's cloud-based and all of us has to upload our data. But the way I've created many of my artworks, when you train the models yourself, they can also run locally, which means that you don't need to upload your data to a cloud. And I think that is the future we're moving into. So what I have, because one thing is that I've been extremely fortunate to have my studio and to be able to employ software engineers. But of course, not everybody can do that. So what I've decided is to take my tech stack and open source it into a new company where you can use the tech stack for free. It's called Nobody Who. You can find it on the code base on GitHub. Use it for free. And the whole idea with this is actually to enable way more people to get access to training and running small language models, so SLMs, locally, and also on small end-user devices, so on the phone, on the laptop, to enable kind of like a democratization of the LLM technologies. Because I think a big problem, of course, is the copyright issues. But then there is the whole issues around that LLM is not an accessible technology. Yeah, you can go in and prompt, but then you are kind of like defined by however that model was trained and the fine-tuning of the model. But if we want to make this a more kind of like democratic technology, we actually need to enable way more people to be able to train small models on small data sets. Because the good thing with small models is that you can train on way less data, which enables all of us to train our own models. So that's where the future is going.
Yes, thanks. And just one follow-up, being you're an artist among us. How do you see this evolving in terms of the audience? How you can manage to make your message towards the audience? Because creativity is a human creation or a human value. And what would you advise to the next generation of those authors who are, or creators who are willing to also engage in using these kind of tools?
So first of all, I get asked the question all the time, will AI be the end of the artists? And I will say definitely not. Because, AI or machine learning models are defined by the data they're trained on, and they're defined by the mathematical model they are, basically. Whereas we as human beings, we have the capacity of wanting the impossible. And I think that's a core thing that we as human beings need to stay at the tip of our toes in terms of challenging what are the capacities of these technology, but also what are the, you can say, the capacities of our capabilities in new ways of thinking and new ways of reasoning around who we are, but also, of course, what technology is. So we need human beings to be able to take the next step. And, AI is not going to be the final technology. There'll be a new technology tomorrow. So I think the vital thing here is to always keep in focus that there's always a human behind the machine. And, in all my artworks, even though I work with machine learning techniques and big data sets, there is so many human decision-making processes behind. So I think that is kind of like a key thing that we need to stay aware that also when it comes to the big AIs, there's a lot of human decision-making processes behind. And of course, that brings hope to us as humans, but of course it also brings responsibility because we need to hold people accountable for the AIs they're creating. And then moving into the kind of like next generation of artists and young people working with AI. So I think this is a technology that can challenge us to, in a way, rethink what does it mean to be creative. How can you think something new at the edge of the technology's capacities and your own human capabilities. So there's something about wanting the new. And then I think there's also a vital thing where art has a big role to play here, because I feel that many people feel a little kind of like lost in, oh, but I'm not an expert in AI, how can I know and have any say in where this world should go? You know, the politicians in EU, they must make some decisions, or the big tech companies, they must kind of like figure out where we should go. But of course, the reality is that we live in democratic societies, and as such, we need a democratic conversation. And that's where I really think art can play a vital role, because art can make this subject matter something where you sense it, where you feel it, where you can have an embodied experience of what it means when a humanized technology says it loves you, but end up harvesting your data or things like that. So I think art can really make all of us feel empowered to actually have the extremely vital conversation around which future do we want to move into, and how do we secure that we develop AI technology that helps us move into the human future we would like.
Thanks, Cecily. And then, Niklas, you will be enlightening us about the digital knowledge of creators in the music industry. And please tell us, how high is the level of awareness? Is there a lot to do, or which are the areas where you think it's the most lacking?
First, I would like to correct you a bit on your introduction of me. I mean, you cannot call me the founder of Clip. Sylvie is sitting right there. I mean, come on. I'm a co-founder of Clip and WIPO for Creators. So Sylvie and I did it together with the WIPO team. So important. I got a bit stressed when I saw her looking at me. When you,
Luckily, I didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, I also want to say thank you so much for having me. And yeah, it's interesting now when we're talking so much about AI. I've been a songwriter, music producer for over 30 years, and I've been through, it's been a roller coaster when it comes to new technology in the music industry. My first release was on vinyl, and then MP3 file came and file sharing. Then we really thought the music industry was dying, but we solved that, and now we have AI, and I'm very positive. I think it's a brilliant future. I love the technology. As usual, when new technology comes, there needs to be standards, regulations, laws that controls how the market is going to deal with it. Unfortunately, I think the decision makers, like the policy makers, we here in this room, we are a bit too slow, because when we have decided on how we're going to handle this, boom, the reality is somewhere else. So I think we need to speed up a bit, as much as we can. But when it comes, I mean, creators today in music studios all over the world, they're all using the technology fully out. And so let's do something where we can let them do that, but in the same time have a controlled format especially for companies that are using copyright protected material to let them do it. How? I don't know. I mean, we're all working on it here, but in the discussions here, I sometimes think we get lost in how it actually works. So we need to get down to real examples, real-world examples. Let's say that we manage to get the Gen AI companies to pay a license for using copyright-protected material. How do we distribute the money then out to the people and the organizations that actually should have it? I hear way too little about concrete examples. How are we actually going to be able to distribute the money? So we need to be more proactive and talk about this, because the kids, not the kids only, I'm not a kid, but I'm in the studio. We in the studio, we're using it and we want to use it, and it will be more and more and more and more. And we see more brilliant features that AI helps us, helps us in the studio. So I think it's brilliant, but I think we have time against us.
And could you please elaborate on Clip? For who it is for, and what features it might provide, because I think it's a good message that such tools exist.
So let me take that much credit on Clip, though, that I saw a big need of educate creators, because I have the great opportunity to work with two enormously successful music creators, Björn Ulvaeus from ABBA and Max Martin. And I got together with them because we wanted to solve another part of the problem in the industry, the metadata problem, which is also very related to AI, because if we don't know who did what, where, and when on the songs, we cannot even pay out to them as it is today, and then we add the AI layer, and it's going to be even more complicated. So we wanted to solve the metadata issues, and we think it's the most important, where you should do it. The most important time to capture metadata is in the studio when it happens, because then we tend to forget that, because when someone asks us who did what 6 months after we did it, we don't remember. So in that work of trying to solve the metadata issues, I faced every time I spoke to creators, when I asked them about obvious things that you need to know if you want to get paid for something. If you ask a songwriter, do you know what an IPI is? And they go like, no. And if you don't know what your social security number is as a songwriter, how can you expect to be credited and paid for your work? So, education. Education, education. And I hear it. I heard it so many times today, and I hear it everywhere I go in the world on different music industry conferences. We need to educate. And I was like, okay, let's see what's out there. So I was scanning what was available out there. And it's so much great education content out there already. But it's not 100% legally correct. There are small nuances that is not really correct, and if it's not correct, you will not get adoption from the music industry. So I came up with this idea to make a fully legally correct platform, digital, scalable, lot of videos, because we creators are lazy, so we don't want to read too much. We want to have someone that talks on a video, and a really attractive interface, but most important, that is correct. And then someone said to me, through Max and Björn, I have great opportunities to talk with high-profile people in the industry and CEOs of the big music companies, and everyone were like, that's great, but we needed a partner. And then someone said to me, you should talk to WIPO. And I was like, what? I'd never heard about WIPO, which is also sad because I was being a music creator for many years and I have never heard of the organization. And lucky enough, then I was introduced to Sylvie and her team, and we kind of clicked, yeah, let's do this together. And with that support from WIPO, we got the machinery and everything to really make it happen. So what we did was that we went out to the industry because we needed support from the industry. So we actually managed to do something that is pretty unique. We managed to gather all the 14 international music industry trade bodies, sat around the same table, and we were there for one reason, to help build an education platform for creators, so everyone in the world can learn how it works. So long answer to your question, what is CLIP? CLIP is a completely 100% free education platform that tells music creators how the music industry works, what IP rights are, all about the identifiers, everything you need to know to be able to get credited and paid. That's CLIP. CLIP is available in 7 different languages. goclip.org is the address. The mobile apps are coming early next year. So it's a brilliant, really nice, cool education platform. Free, and the content is 100% legally proved.
Thanks. And please check it out. It's worthwhile. So it makes, and as you heard, the mission here is to make maybe copyright a bit less complex and more understandable, and exactly for that tool helps. And it was also good to hear that you might have ties with the EUIPO and on the European level. That's, I think, would be also welcome. But now we will have to turn to Iban. But maybe not yet.
That. Without this man, the EU collaboration would never have happened, because we were talking about it, and to say no to me is not a good thing, because then I try to do the opposite. Because I was actually said after the meeting with Iban in 23, I think, ish, like, I said, why can we not collaborate with the EU? And I got some voices within WIPO said, no, we cannot work with the EU. And like what?
Oh,
I don't
too
take
many
no
details
for an answer.
there. But let's turn to Iban.
So, and I met him, and then I start calling people. And thanks to everyone in the room that's been part of this, especially everyone here at EUIPO that made it happen. But now CLIP is a part of the Creative Europe program from 2026. So that's great that we got to that point.
I agree. Thanks for that.
Thanks, Iban, for that.
Ivan, please, then the scene is set for you, I guess. Please elaborate, being you a policy specialist, basically in this area as a former MEP, having there from the starting point on the discussions of AI and copyright. How do you see this framework we have now, and in terms of the international context, from your perspective, where are we?
Thank you very much first for the invitation, and congratulations for the conference that has been super interesting, fruitful, even entertaining. That is quite difficult to combine all this technical stuff with the amusing approach. I was thinking, by the way, Nicholas, that I was thinking that because of things like you were saying, I'm not in the parliament anymore. That is quite likely that was related to some of my initiatives. But anyway, beforehand, I would like to acknowledge something, that for the creative sector, this is this point in which it is facing this challenge to combine taking advantage of the technology improvement, and at the same time, of course, protect this vital threat that in several ways is posing these new technologies. Is not new. The creative sector, you know better than me, is always lamentably the weakest link in the chain, and has to fight quite extremely sometimes to try to thrive. No? In that regard, this happened with internet first, then with the platform economy, and it ended after years and years of striving. It ended with this copyright directive of 2019 that is, of course, not perfect, has some loopholes. We were speaking about improvement, the measures against piracy, and many others. Of course, I sum up to this demand of signing finally the Beijing Treaty. But at the end, I think that we have the most, and we took notice here in some of the panels, we have the most sophisticated, sounded, well-designed framework of legal protection. I think that our problem is more about the enforcement, and we were saying quite profoundly about this problem too in these days. Of course, it's a matter of enforce the legislation, the regulation that we already have in the most meaningful way for artists, that at the end of the day is no more than making the goal that was designed for all this regulation. And of course, we can improve some things like the harmonization of rights inside the European Union. Some of the member states were super reluctant and in a way sometimes even delaying the transposition of the directive, but at the end we have it. And in that sense, I would like to raise a point, because you know that there's something that, from my point of view, is really different from times before. That is the balance between the players are the most not equilibrated in the history. So these big tech companies in this moment have the most power of setting agenda than ever, and we had some of hints of that this very week with this omnibus digital announced measures taken by the Commission. In that sense, I would like to raise awareness about being super cautious at the moment of proposing a new piece of legislation, because we have something to protect. That is our framework, and this, by the way, pivoting around the cornerstone that is the exclusive rights, that is different from other regulations around, is quite more comprehensive and quite more granting than others. And of course, that means, for instance, approaching to generative AI, that right holders has the right to say no or yes. To say, okay, I would like to license, whether I like in an individual or collective way, or simply no. I have the right to that. And this is something that we have, from my point of view, tools enough to grant with the current situation. And just finally, and linked with all that I was saying, there's a saying in Spain that is, that some experiments is better to do with soda. So when we propose new ways of facing these generative AI challenges and so on, this couldn't be at the cost of undermining the rights of right holders. In exchange of some kind of levy that nobody knows how much is going to be, in which way. So I would be super cautious with that, providing that the situation right now, even to open a new piece of legislation, is quite unbalanced and might be not a very good news for the sector.
Thank you. And I pick on what you said, that you are, your message is not to touch legislation at this stage or policies, which turns us to those practical opportunities that EUIPO or other stakeholders might, or institutions might provide. What do you see here as possible developments or good signs in terms of practical?
As I said, I think that, I don't know if you remember this show, The White Wing, no? There's a chapter that is something like, let Bartlett be Bartlett, no? I would say, let Europeans be Europeans. So let us not get intimidated by the pressure that is coming from abroad. Don't let us ourselves. This very week, there was, I think that was yesterday, there was a decision on a commercial court in Spain that was a collective demand that posed the press editors together against Meta. Wasn't related to AI, but to the GDPR compliance and to unfair competitions. And there was a final decision on that is almost 500 million in favor of these demanders against Meta for not complying with the legislation. And there's a quote that I like to read out for you because it's beautiful from the judge. That is responding to the other part and is saying, it is not valid to say excessive regulation stifles their business model, which is designed for economies with greater freedom of enterprise, is saying Meta. It is Meta that has to adapt to the GDPR, not the GDPR that has to adapt to Meta. A market of almost 500 million inhabitants in the European Union is well worth the effort. As saying something like Paris is well worth a mass. No? And I think that at the end is the final conclusion. We have the tools, so we have to be brave enough to enforce in the defense of our values, because our completely acquiesce is the projection of our values. So in that sense, we are defending ourselves. And besides, I like to take advantage of what Niklas said, because I'm super agree with this quote. The most important in this moment, and everybody was highlighting in many ways, the most important thing in this moment with this new super deployment of AI everywhere is raise awareness and enlightenment and alphabetization and so on and so forth. So initiatives like now seriously, initiatives like Niklas was presenting here, this new branch that is presenting this very day, EUIPO of knowledge on copyright, the supporting and the routing of initiatives, collective initiatives by people in the creative sector. This all is the most important that we have to grant for the future. So keep on strong and don't get intimidated.
And can we add to that then, that a news also is that Clip covers music today, but we're working on visual arts. So hopefully next year we will add visual arts to the platform. So
thank you. That's a very good positive message at the end, and Harry is approaching, so I think we will have to start. But yeah, just of course, just to conclude, then we heard a lot. I think it's quite clear that there's a lot of attention around what we are dealing with, which is good. Also, what EUIPO is taking this role now. Of course, we're in the middle of the road. But AI is not just devil. It can be tamed. It can be used by creators, and we will find the means for it. So let's be positive.
Of course.
Can I add one thing? Can I add one thing? Can I have one more?
Completely over.
Fair enough.
But okay, if it's 1 second.
No, I think just a message to the young artists and young performers that may be looking, watching us. I think the message that I would like to give them is to get involved. These may all sound very technical, very difficult, but in fact, it's hugely important that they also part of the conversation. They shouldn't feel scared, and they need to be in this conversation as well. And I think they need to realize that if they are not in it, they will probably be on the menu. So it's better that they are in the conversation. Maybe make a few mistakes, but it's better to be in the conversation than to be outside. So definitely, this is an encouragement for all of them to get involved.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Big applause for this final panel.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Very good. Thank you. Well, and with this, we have come almost to the close of the conference. Let's have a look at David. How is it going? Okay, so hopefully we will see now the result of today's drawing on the screen. It will come, it will come. Well, in the meantime, let's invite all of you now. There it is. Okay, thank you very much. Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, we haven't seen it.
Yeah, a little bit more time, please. Leave it on. Anyway, there it is.
Thank you.
Real Madrid.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Oh. But, okay, we invite you now all to the amphitheater where you were yesterday, where you had lunch yesterday. Today we will have their lunch as well. And we will also have the unveiling of the mural by the urban artist Antonio Marest. We will have a closing statement from Andrea Di Carlo. And, well, I've been asked actually to inform you about the weather. The weather has become dramatically worse. It's 16 degrees now. And if you don't want to get a cold, please take your coats, because you can't go home and say, I was in Alicante and you have a cold. I mean, nobody will believe you, so don't do that. This afternoon, there is the European Youth Copyright Contest. That's for people under 30, so it doesn't apply to most of you, so that's also easy. And then, well, I thank you all here, because this is my goodbye to the people here, and Andrea takes it over. And now I have to say a few words to the people online. Thanks for your massive attendance to this conference. We hope you enjoyed it. This whole conference will be recorded, as I said in the beginning, and it will be soon made available on the EUIPO website. It's the end of the conference now. Thanks to all of you who have been helping us with the organization of this conference, also the speakers, the technicians, the catering, anyone who has helped us with the organization. A big thank you. And, okay, well, that was actually for the people online, but that's fine. Yeah, thank you. This conference has come to a close now, but the work of the EUIPO Copyright Knowledge Center only started. Thank you very much, and goodbye.